klimatyzacja jest. Jest.
Nie możemy mieć tego takich drzwi, ponieważ tam będą czasami ludzie.
Natomiast
Czy prosić jeszcze raz? 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 Czy prosić jeszcze raz?
Jeśli nie mamy mikrofonu, to dźwięk zbiera twój komputer. Znaczy komputer.
Kamera.
Kamera. Tak, drzwi oddać bliżej.
Objąć, wiesz, szeroko.
Wątpię, że gdyby tak jest było, że mówimy się cały czas, to tak nie jest.
Nie działa tutaj, czy się nie przesyła? To ty nie wiesz. No rzeczywiście tak, każdy musi wiedzieć, że musi trzymać też sobie twarzy. Zresztą sama jest taka mała, że można powiedzieć. Działa tutaj, czy się nie przesyła? To ty nie wiesz.
Dzięki. 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 Dzięki.
Participants are able to survive extraordinary experiences that I wish all of
as an effect of intensive growing and on steep slopes. Next one and another one, please. Some pictures from Polish Carpathians, and the remodeling of slopes is to observe the other not convenient factors for us, of course. you can imagine some sites here must be deeply destroyed as a effect of intensive plowing. Next one, please. Yeah, the predominance of green area, therefore no availability of land. Here, black forest seen from air. You see the denser wood and very, very few agricultural fields. To the last for this series, the grouping of modern buildings in optimal places for prehistoric settlement. We can expect some nice sites on the promontory in the valley. And you see here on this promontory we have a modern buildings, and our path, our way to discover something is closed, therefore. Another issue is the transfer of standards and expectations from the area beyond the mountains. This will be discussed later on. Now only look for some results of determination of the standard of the environment in one of the Bavarian very small valleys. We have counted this with the students from one of the German universities many years ago, and you see that only 4.4% of airline fields were available in a given year for the survey. Extremely limited situation for us. Yes, now the contrast between less archaeology or fertile zone archaeology and the mountains. Everywhere, not only here in Carpathians, so same in German mid-mountains, not in the Alps. Alps, I can't discuss Alps today. You see here this same general, the barrow graves of Cottador culture. Right in the right corner you see this same element like here, blackish, very well seen, the main grave, then the circle, the frost holes, etc. In the mountains you must be very careful to recognize these same elements. And if you will see this, then they are in different form, silverish, gray, very, very hard to visit. Once you don't know it, the chances to discover such structures are hardly conservative. Now another chapter, sub-chapter of less archaeology, as you see, all is black and white, and very easy to explore, to find. Sorry for this remark. Another one, please. And this caused negative symptoms and led to some hypotheses with negative tint. Some examples, German mid-mountains and the mapping, the sort of mapping of linear land pottery sites. Of course, only settlements, graves, state forms of the settlement. The spray points are not on the map, and therefore we have an empty zone. We have a desert in the mountains. The gray structures are mountains here. Schwäbisch Alb, the forest, the Progressive, Vosk, etc. Another example, Harz Mountains, here the green island. Only there where a little bit of less is on the place in the Harz, in the massif. Here we have the sites, but deeper, nothing, zero. So same is in the Rhine Graben, in the Rhine Valley between France and Germany in the given horizons. The deep concentration in the valley, on the less, and nothing in the neighborhood, in the mountains. This causes many hypotheses of a negative tint. For instance, unfertile soils, then sharp climate, unfavorable climate. Okay, we know this, we understand this, we accept this, but could it be overestimated? Then shortened period of vegetation, okay, the temperature inversion, all these factors acted here, sure, but we must be very careful by the formulating of our hypothesis in relation to this classic standard coming from the geographical discipline. Then raw material desert is a result that here is nothing, only sandstones, no silicious rocks. No, we know this now much better that we have here a very rich reservoir of many raw materials. And to the end, the erosion removed all the remnants. Partly, yes, this is true, but only partly, not everywhere the erosion played so significant destructive role. Next, please. We can find also very few and not very strong formulated hypotheses of a positive tint. The differences in forest composition as a factor for prehistoric man, special fishes, migrating fishes, salmonida, for instance, and raw material better accessible here in the mountains, our regular this could be also be remembered. And in contrast to general opinion, the mountainous archaeological relics were the contemporary times naturally protected through a green plant cover. This is a subject for another story. We have no time for this now, to discuss this. Now, another chapter, the creation or ignoring of archaeological sources. Why it happened to such extreme situation? One of the very suggestive evidence that archaeologists exclude the possibility of prehistoric settlement of mountain areas may be an article by a great authority, the creator of the Bronze Age chronological system, Paul Reinecke. Almost 100 years ago, he outlined the frontier of pre- and proto-historic settlement of northeastern Bavaria. It is easy to see that mountains such as Bavarian Forest, the Bohemian Forest, the Thüringen Forest, all mountains, Fichtelgebirge and Oberpfälzerwald, etc., are in the uninhabited zone. The white color document this. The next, please, yes. Now let's look at the situation of archaeological sources in many mountainous groups. From each mountain group original number, and we have a lot stray finds with Neolithic character. It's mean firstly axis and hammer axis. And they have been usually treated marginally as a dubious value finds, either a trace of inconsiderate penetration. And this supported the idea that mountains are empty, unsettled. Here, the hearts mapped by me many years ago, all the red points, there some tools accidentally found. The next, please. Here I summarize the main proposal which should explain the stray finds of stone axes in Highland in many European groups. Firstly, the bizarre concept, thunderbolts. I think it is not necessary to explain what does it mean. You have here the picture. Such hammerstone should be a guarantee for the agriculture, for the owner, that you will be a good life generally. Then another story, deposits, transit roads, wandering with a different purpose as to collect something, to get better material, and so on. Yeah, I think it's not necessary to repeat the explanation concerning the thunderbolts. Anyway, in effect, we have still the same. The hundreds of axes and counter-axes are ignored everywhere in the mountainous space. The next piece. Despite strong skepticism and the lack of field initiative, there were voices criticizing the adoption of a priori erroneous views and research stagnation. The next, please. The voice of the German researcher Hartwig Lehr should be recalled here, who accurately pointed out the essence of the impasse in which modern archaeology had fallen. In a suggestive way, he described the devil spiral and the inability to go beyond the vicious circle of reluctance to take the risk of clarifying the true archaeological potential of mountains area by verifying these hammered stones. This is a fragment, a citation of his paper, the next please. And you see, since the earlier settlement has not been anticipated, it is not being searched, and since it has been not searched, it is not being found, the lack of finding proves the thesis. Therefore, this recent rat in Vienna here, and this extreme picture. Sorry for this. Next, please. The verification of old single finds led to the discovery of small flint artifacts in the same place. We can slowly move towards creating short-term sites, such as camping sites, with extremely reduced inventory. This is repeated in a different mountain areas study. You see here Black Forest, for instance, and somebody who explains us what and where he found something, an axe, as he was a child, of course, many years ago. Another one, please. And another one. I'm going to stress that all these old finds of macroforms became a context and we can believe the report of the discovery. By the way, this is also to remark that many of such findings were in the are placed on the top of hills, in between valleys, in small passes, and so on. Next, please, yes. And some pictures which document one of the surveys conducted in the Black Forest in Germany some years ago. To repeat, the material context for those finds exists. Small holistic artifacts, but no pottery. Pottery, no pottery. here, some agricultural things detected by us, and two of old slave finds, and then the results, small collection of artifacts, perhaps a fund complexes, perhaps, we cannot be sure, but we can determine the chronology of many of seeds, of many of stone artifacts. Some of them can represent, no question, in my opinion, Neolithic period. The material exists. Another action in the Black Forest is to remember here, and first the result of mapping, everywhere where the agricultural activity was documented. We have a lot of sites, a lot of axes, hammer axes, but then the root, quite nothing. We have chosen a small valley deep in the mountains where the chances to find something was quite like zero. Next one, please. And some pictures you see, most probably camel grouper is a unit, late Neolithic camel grouper is at present in this mountains group and also in the Czech Republic. In the neighborhood, most probably this is a representation of what? Of the camping sites of the camel grouper settles, or wandering for something, we don't know. Next, please. In the Polish Carpathians, we know a similar situation, like here in the High Beskid Mountains. You see here the place on the pass where the children during his school excursion found a hammer axe, and then, according to my survey, I was able to collect something to complete this set. And high position, the pass in between two valleys, watershed zone. Next, please. And here you have this. This is a Krakow Jurassic fleet. No question, this must be brought by the man. But what I want to repeat once again, we have an extremely reduced inventory and a lack of pottery, of course. Another example, similar situation, but we are now in the lower Beskid, and the place where accidentally this X was found is similar from topographic point of view as the site before. And after the verification, we get the next one, please. A few stone artifacts, a set of something. This is pictures and discoveries by cutters by Director Tatrzański from Muzeum Tatrzańskiego. Next one, please. Now we must remember also the situation related to the caves in the mountains. They play here a very significant role. Why? Because the sedimentation on the open air sites are not very developed. We have here not, because of lack of less, for instance, we have not thick covers, not thick layers, which document sequences like here in the Obrazowa cave. You will see the cave, this place after tomorrow during the excursion. You see also the very rich series of cultural layers. M is Neanderthal and mid Paleolithic, and then the rest upper Paleolithic. Now another chapter, paleobotany, and which role, which contribution brought the paleobotany into the archaeology. I would like to, please, another one and another one. Yes. I would like to point for the experiments by Enrico Tauber from Denmark, who in 1960 experiments very evaluate for us in the science, and I would like to point also what is important in the paleobotanical curves, in the paleobotanical diagrams, and we must say this is totally different picture as expected. No crop cultivation, we must exclude this chapter from our thinking. But to summarize, like with archaeology was before, some slides before, now paleobotany or botany. What propose paleobotanists? Human impact are still visible. They declare this in many groups, mountain groups, in Black Forest, in each of them is safe. But without agricultural indicators, they can, to the interpretation, it must be pastoral activities documented. And why? What did they observe? Small-scale deforestation. The damaging of trees, most probably, then no burning places, and so-called forest management. Here, only to remember the very nice paper published many years ago, but very useful for us in our interpretation, in our experiences, the rain of pollen, and in some situation depends of the size of the pitfall and of the stand of forest. If the pitfall is small, please come in here. It's not small like here, somewhere in Black Forest, according to Lesch. And if it's small, and if it's denser wood in the surrounding, we have guarantee that we have the representation in the diagram from the closest neighborhood. By the way, have a look. The forest is still here. No deforestation. This is different, like in the lowland, for instance. Next, please. Another example from the ski, generally it's the same, and some phenomenon in the curve of deciduous trees. We must observe the deciduous trees. By contemporary with some techniques of such curves, we can note the first, not here, but next one, please. The first occurrence of anthropogenic intake, urtica, planta, etc. No burning, no crops cultivation, perhaps we must accept the idea of forest grazing, metaphorical forest management, please. And some pictures, this historic documented practices, Polardik, Schröding, Koppising, well known, many times described. And this one from Switzerland, from Paris Canton, this one from a church in Denmark, in the medieval cloister. This is from Norwegian. So this is not to forgotten, such practices. Next one, please. Now to the end, slowly, the last chapter. Our chances, our colleagues from Spain smile and satisfied. Thank you. Your region, your sites, we can discuss this here and give us an example for settlement archaeology in the mountain. Geography of settlement, geographical settlement analysis. Here, only to remember, Bailey and Davidson published many years ago a paper concerning the collector related to the site catchment method. Please. And as a result, they became such irregular structure, which mean half-hour distance. Not a circle, like, for instance, in the less archaeology, in the lowland. Next one, please. Another one. We can document this tendency on another way. Once again, please. On the lowland, some parameter by Corybuckers. Please click some. Please come in. Oh no. But, by Corybuckers, you see, for instance, the biggest circle site territory was close to 10 kilometers. By Jens Liening in the hilly landscape, only 7.5, etc. Some archaeologists have this feeling that this method cannot be uncritically accepted. Next, please. Yes, my time is over. Thank you for your attention, but to conclusion, some words to the Neolithic itself. Archaeologists must better understand the extended reduced form of the Neolithic relics from the mountains. Okay, the next. Then there are more evidence for the penetration of such regions already also in the early Neolithic. This was a big surprise. Among these axes and hammer axes, you can easily recognize also Schulleistenkeile, so-called early Neolithic forms. The findings are not connected only with transitional passing the mountains. What is, of course, to accept. The passes must be functional, okay? But as it was thought before, but not only transitional passing. There were many misconceptions pertaining to the issue of Neolithic traces in mountainous areas. However, they look very different there, and archaeologists have to accept them for what they are. In further studies, we must abandon the interpretation of land cultivation, the use of ceramics, and the construction of dwellings and storage pits. Instead, it is necessary to adopt pastoral and seasonal transhumant standards. And to general conclusion now, you can read this. I think this is anyway, this same what I tried to say. So yeah, I think this is enough. Very short overview only. Thank you for your attention.
Możesz podłączyć po Hiszpanii? Tak, teraz będzie wszystko sprawować z Hiszpanii.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Professor Waldemar, for such an interesting speech. And now I would like to invite you for the next presentation, which will be online for 2 minutes, I guess. So please be careful. Wait a moment. The next presentation is a Spanish team.
Okay, great. We see you. Okay. Now please show us your screen with presentation. In the right top corner, okay, great, yeah. Now you show us all your screen. When you on your screen, when you open presentation, we will see it. Okay, great. Now we see your presentation. Wait a moment. We need to make it louder. Okay, this is maximum. Okay, I think you can start. And can you open your presentation in full screen?
Could you say something now? Oh, we cannot hear you.
Chyba nie jest podłączony w ogóle złośno.
Dzięki komputera dobrze słyszę, to nie komputer z mojej strony, że mam jest.
once again. There you go. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we see presentation. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Excuse me. Please.
Excuse me, we have a technical problem still.
Could you wait? One moment, okay? Can you say something? No.
Please forgive us
Do you
for
hear me
the
now?
problems. Yes, please. We are very, very sorry for these technical problems. We had some tries before. It was everything okay. So we have a small ask. Could you start one more time?
From the beginning.
If it would be possible, we would be very grateful.
Now you hear me properly. So,
Now it's okay.
okay. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I read commands. Well, sound is okay?
Sound is okay, yeah, we hear you, you can start.
Okay, I will start. The title of our presentation is Landscape Archaeology Research in the Eastern Philippines. Second, analyzing on a long term. We belong our research and for mountain Planowane. We are interested in the story of this environment because they are very highly sensitive to human-environment interactions. They have been traditionally considered as marginal areas of even risky environments, but on the contrary, they constitute very complex cultural landscapes with a very rich heritage. So our main aims are to study these high mountain environments from a long-term and interdisciplinary multi-block perspective in order to analyze land use and to precise the role of human societies in landscape changes. We like also finally to promote these cultural landscapes and all these archaeological heritage as a cultural resource. We come from the Catalan Institute of of Classical Archaeology, which is based in Tarragona. We are from the Landscape Archaeology Research Group, and we have been working from 20 years on mountain areas. We have been doing archaeology mountain areas, high mountain areas, for the last 20 years. In the Philippines, we have been working in the eastern part of the Philippines in two main areas, the upper Sierra valleys, mainly in Andorra, South Andorra, and in the Macedonia plain, in the Philippines, and also in the upper Sierra valley, here in different areas of Nuria and Comayula valleys, where we are also developing now an outlet in order to take cultural landscapes, cultural resource. Our main aims are to study pastoralism and livestock activities and the origin of this intensive pastoralism and seasonal transhumance, the origin of which have been historically very important in this area. We are especially interested in antiquity and in mountains, in antiquity, the management of mountains. So we would like to know how livestock activities have in the role of livestock activities in the human shaping of high mountain landscape, and also the role of road, the control and the management of activities. We have to have our area of research, like what we show is upper Segre and upper Terra valleys. And as you see, the historical model where you can see that road had the control of the Philippines in the context of the Roman civil wars, yet from the first century BC. So the transhumance has been very important in these high mountain environments. especially in the areas where we are working, where are seasonal pastoral areas or summer pastures, and linked to the littoral wet lands which are winter pastures. And so this movement is historically. You see here also a topographic map with the different windows that we have done in these different valleys. In the middle of the windows, we have the Serrania plain surrounding a high plain in the middle of the eastern village, surrounding different high mountains. Well, methodologically, we develop a multi-proxy approach. We go very fast here. So we develop a survey, analysis, geoarchaeology, archaeobotany, especially anthropology, chapter analysis. We work for a lot with photogrammetry in order to map, to document, to test all these heritage, and also we do historical research with textual references and so on. You see here a little bit the archaeological methods, so survey, test pits, which are very important, and also extensive excavations, and then the importance of dating with radiocarbon dates in this area where we have been excavating, photogrammetry as a way of mapping these remains, and then also well, the interest that many of these sites, as the previous presentation showed, are very close to wet natural environments as lakes or big box where this proximity between archaeological sites and these wet areas allow us to develop an integrated landscape research. You can see here the present in this valley, which is Common Valley in the eastern village, which is a pastoral land, completely a cultural landscape present today. And you can see here in this open area near over 2,500 meters, the presence of different sites linked to big box, which allow us to develop. So to develop, to see here this high box to this big box at this height, which has given us a history of the last 2,000 years, as you see here in the chronological model. Also, well, in Andorra especially, we develop environmental studies in lake sediments with very high spatial resolutions. So which are our main results? Briefly, I can develop, I show you different maps. You see here the archaeological map of the upper there valley, where we have been working more than 400 archaeological structures dating from the middle Neolithic to modern times. We have been excavating in 45 structures, so more than 10% of these structures here, not marked in red color, have been excavated. And here for the last 3-4 years, we have been also working in acclimatization processes in order to enhance this cultural landscape. Here you have the archaeological map. One of the areas where we are working now in Serrania, in the upper Segre Valley. The archaeological map shows the same, so a very rich archaeological heritage, nearly 200 archaeological structures, also from the middle Neolithic to modern times, studied are going to be studied here. More than 20 structures have been excavated, and this is the area where we are now working at present, so in this in 2012. So chronologically, we will briefly this long-term history that we have developed after these 20 years of research for a very large team, as you can know. So the earliest evidence we have already from the early Neolithic in Andorra, in Maldives, and Planowane valleys. Here we the following environmental research show that clearances from lakes into coastal attached to component record related with the existence of a small scale human capital documentation for raising activities which include the outcome of the compare as indicated by also by archaeological data. You can see here the point diagram that Anna had there in Lake Początek, in this lake where you see all these woodland appearances, the disappearance of pine in this high environment, and also the pasture expansion first, and then the evidence of this first place. But it is linked to the presence of this type of small huts. Also, the millennium BC, so we have all the answers, evidence that we have pastoralism and livestock activities, more important in the middle and especially in the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age, so during the 4th and the 3rd millennia BC. In the upper valleys and also in the upper State valleys, especially in the areas of the Andorran and Valley where we have been working. Here we see that the following report remains a strong increase of basic and deforestation activity during this period. The structures also, pastoral structures, become more complex and larger. The archaeological data show the human evolution of highlands and the presence of complex livestock structure that has been identified for this period. Also, the processing, in some cases, the processing of minerals like malachite, probably in limestone data for obtaining pigments. And so the interest of I show you different sites of this video. This is the icons for the settlement in the upper Segre Valleys, in Coma de Vaca area. Here you have a Neolithic open air settlement with different huts and infrastructure dated in the 4th millennia BC, so in the late middle Neolithic. Not especially this, you can see here this earth which was founded on the Roman shepherd hut, which is also dated in this period. Another extraordinary or outstanding settlement of site has been attested in Lacerlandia, in the upper Segre Valley. It is an open air livestock, a series of open air livestock enclosures, very large, dated also in this period, in the late middle Neolithic. Well, we have here, you can see a photo of this site, this enclosure, which are very well preserved, and that there's the history of origin, where we have developed also a high resolution proxy research with soil micromorphology, pathological analysis, and biomolecular analysis in order to give us some idea of which were the animals were frequented this enclosure, which were probably sheep and cattle. So these are seasonal seasonal sites, and also here I show you the excavation that we did in a cave in Uria Valley, in the upper Segre area, where we attest the malachite process also in this same chronology in the middle of the 4th millennia BC. You see here some pictures of the cave, of the different enclosures related to this occupation and the interest of this type of exploration. Anthropology show that this where they burn the mineral in order to extract the malachite, and the presence, the important presence of pine used in the environment, together with other species compared with other sites in this period. So, as you see here, also is in Andorra, the work that we did in Terapita Valley is also interesting, because we find here a series of immense, very large heart dated also in this 4th millennia BC, and very close to the presence of people where and where young heroes did this following analysis where testing this important this millennia, this deforestation linked to the extension of superforestation areas and provoking of growth by these local discoveries. Well, these activities increased during the third millennium, second spread over all the study of valleys, intensification of livestock activities, with the presence of large settlement, huts, and agriculture are very, very important. And you can see here some pictures of these types of agricultures and shepherd huts created in that video. In the upper now we are working in this extremely outstanding settlement, which is they also at the end of the Neolithic and the early Bronze Age and the beginning of the second century, even in the beginning of the second millennia, or even during the second millennia BC, which is very important. You see a series of high altitude settlements, with the presence of dry stone enclosures, which had inside had dated in the second millennium BC, with later occupations in Roman and modern times, which explain also the occupation in excellent consideration of these dry stone structures of Neolithic origin. The paleoenvironmental data in this upper area, the upper areas, reinforcing an expansion of the types of activities in this period related to local fires and the descent of the upper limits of the forest that you see in the red line that I showed you here. The red line. But you see also different phases as this deforestation arrived to the maximum in late antiquity, in Roman times, and late antiquity, and then also in early medieval times and in modern times. So different phases of deforestation linked to this activity. When we go now to Roman times and the Roman times, which are very important, here we see we are testing the increase and diversification of human activities. The upper there are seen with this intensification of livestock activities from early Roman times is very important, and we can contrast that with what we see in the Segre area, where we attest a more diversified exploitation with livestock, but also pitch production and iron metallurgy. The presence of many sites of imported pottery, Roman imported pottery in these high altitude environments, with terra siciliata and material coming from North Africa and so on. So that shows that in Roman times the importance of trade activities connected with this regional road network and show us how these high mountain inland areas were connected with in the context of the Roman. You see here in red our officers and this dense road network that crossed the Philippines in Roman times, and that most of these roads are also from prehistoric times. So in Roman times, also in the area, you see in the middle of the Trastalvania Plain, the presence of a Roman town, a Roman city, which is called Julia Litica, from the early empire, which is very important because probably this town, the Roman town, was the center which controlled all this territory, this mountain, high mountain territory, and red I show you the different Roman sites that we have been working in high altitude environment. So you see that the exploration of this mountain, of this high mountain environment in Roman times, linked to the presence of this Roman city in the Philippines, where was very important. Some slides just to show this diversification here in Madrid Valley, in Andorra. We attest in the different activities that you see different enclosures, small enclosures here for livestock activities, but also huts, Roman huts, and these fields, these pitch fields, which were really something interesting to show the Roman pitch production in Andorra, in these high acoustic environments, including all the environments. There are some slides of this excavation of these fields and the evidence of this speech production, which was very important, related to the exploitation of pine in these valleys, in these Indian valleys. You see also in this upper segregate area the interest also of metallurgy, metallurgical activity associated with the iron village. You see here some refractory pavements and these metallurgical fields in the area of this upper segregate valley. Also from every time, from the 1st to the 3rd century AD. The presence of typical Roman pottery, as you see here, the terra sigillata decorated, terra sigillata, which is really something surprising to find in this time of the environment. So the presence, the Roman presence here, even the military Roman presence, is something that we have taken into account, obviously. And also very interesting site, Roman site from the different occupational bases, because it was also an early site and reoccupied in the Middle Ages, but especially the Roman basically attached this square structure, which is related with the Roman height, linked to a mountain pass that I show you here in an east-west axis that traverses villages in this area. So the height also gives us a lot of Roman material. So it shows that it's a short settlement in this over 2,000 meters over the sea in this mountain environments. These Roman activities in the upper valley were also attested in another important site, which is called Zakopanem site, which show a complex structure related to livestock activity, which were dated from Roman to modern times. So this long-term occupation of these spaces is also something very, very important. But well, here the presence of large enclosures which explain the interest of these type of activities. Now in the other side where we are actually working now, another very important site of Roman time Muzeum, going to some slides. Here we are now doing extensive excavation of the site, and where probably we have also a site, a settlement occupied from the Roman times to the medieval time. But the Roman place, and here I'm used to different places, but the Roman show, probably here, show a rectangular structure where we are now doing extensive excavation, so what kind of tool. But what we can hypothesize is that this is a tool associated almost 2,500 meters, which is very high in a control point that probably was due to a checkpoint or something like this, between what was the border between Galia Aragonensis and Spanish territory. So probably we are getting place of a Roman military settlement. We can go the control is administratively bordered with the two provinces, former provinces in Spain and Canada. Well, the archaeological and environmental research, so in general, in this here is a slide from the upper stage, we see that in Roman times, as you see here, the archaeological analysis developed by Valentina Pescini show that we found not only finds but also other increase of the Iberos and other stars, and which show increased Roman type of open areas, which started in Neolithic, but that now in Roman days are due to this occupation that I have shown, well, show that these open areas were increased or without without in the Neolithic and late antiquity, in late antiquity, what we saw, especially in the upper areas, is an intensification of livestock activities in upper valleys, and I will show you two sites which are from Isidoric videos, so from the late Byzantine Empire, the late Empire, and physical times from the 4th to the 7th century AD. For instance, this site, just at the beach in Povalvaka Valley, show a shepherd hut and also from late Roman times. And you see also with the presence of artifacts of archaeological material like glasses or blocks and kind of tools. So material culture which is linked with a later implementation of the ideas of the society. The same I can say in the upper cell, Castellano, where now we are working, we found there also a Duran site, which is a very important site, a very large, complex, and large livestock system of settlement, also from these later antiquity chronologies, with a complex of different angles which show that livestock is an activity which is missing a lot in this period. So I'm finishing in early medieval times, so in the 9th, 11th century, now here we have the origin, really the beginning of what we call the vertical and long branchment. So complex, the presence of complex livestock structures, a more specialized activity in cheese production, and the spread of these structures everywhere. So this expansion and this linkage obviously with widespread of deforestation, limiting the use of local low-intensity fire. So the fire has to create two pastures. And then when we have in the full medieval times, the 12th, 13th centuries, we have a certain gaps which we have to search why. So a certain abandonment of these abandoned areas, really. But what is very important is a new phase of expansion from the 15th century till the beginning of the 20th century. So in modern and contemporary period, we have here in these times, in modern and contemporary time, we have an expansion of many of complexes that had been abandoned from the beginning of the 20th century in this period. I show here some slides. A typical origin, which is livestock settlement specialization in meat and cheese production, which is very characteristic from the Pyrenees, and this is the origin of this site dates from modern times, from the late medieval and modern times, with a reputation in contemporary period. And also I can show you this other side, which is from the same period, from the 5th to the 19th century. Here an origin which with different characteristic milking structures and the areas of to produce cheese, which show this specialized economy in modern time, linked to these transhumance and the cultivation of livestock activities in the area. Well, now from the last 2-3 years, we have to start an important identification program in order to enhance these people's cultural resource. So we want to promote mountains as cultural landscape and to create from them ways of local development to enhance this cultural landscape. And while we are working especially now, specifically in training activities for local agents in order to make them sensitive to this. We have elaborated this type of map in order to promote active routes with the collaboration of local stakeholders in order to promote sustainable tourism activities and so on. And we can see here some slides showing this type of program that we are now working in order to disseminate the outcome over the academy and to try to have an impact in society of all these outstanding results. So to finish some general remarks, when you see as I have tried to show that only by employing high spatial and temporal resolution working techniques it's possible to conduct landscape archaeology research and thus relate historical, archaeological, and environmental results. So this multi-proxy approach is essential. Also, the importance of radical objective in order to have very fine chronological models. And obviously, as you have shown, high mountain areas cannot be considered as isolated national spaces. Some historical remarks, we see that livestock pastoralism has played a decisive role in human shaping of modern natural landscapes in all historic areas. So how human participation episodes are related to utilization of management of these pastoral grasslands, and that has been attested for the, at least for the middle of the words. The importance of Romanization, of the Roman impact in this sector of the period is also very important, and Roman tendency has the integration of the business into extra-regional trade networks. They are becoming the real accessible spaces while communicating integrated in the Roman sociocultural context. And as you see, late antiquity showed the expansion of this type of activity, and maybe here we can find this the origin of medieval and modern law vertical historical transformation in the Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martinez, for such an interesting presentation about the architectural settlements and land use dynamics in the Eastern Pyrenees. And right now, I'd like to invite another Spanish team presentation about the mountain archaeology in the southwest central Pyrenees, the Gothic, the Mesolithic, Neolithic transition. Presented in Portugal.
Okay. Good morning to all. Before of all, I apologize for my poor English. Thank you for your comprehension. In this presentation, I'm trying to present part of the results of turning our gaze towards a terrain that it's still little explored in archaeology, as before me explained Professor Pavel Valdenovak. The work that I will present is the result of years of collective research by the people of the High Mountain Archaeology Group. As in many other mountain areas in Europe, the high mountains area of the Pyrenees have remained for many years on the margins of archaeological research. However, in the last 2 decades, various theories of archaeology, like Jose Maria Paret, who speak up just before me, have promoted different research programs that have enabled us to highlight these areas as places of archaeological interest too. We have located hundreds of unpublished archaeological sites and defined extensive occupation sequence that in some cases cover more than 10,000 years. Next one, please. The contributions of high mountain archaeologists in the Pyrenees are manifold for the different historical periods. In this presentation, we will focus on the data generated on human presence in the first parts of the Holocene in the central axial Pyrenees. Until 20 years ago, previous archaeological information was limited to a single site located in the main valley of Andorra, the Balma Marginera cave. This cave is a small rock shelter that was excavated in 1980s and offers an interesting archaeological sequence that ranges between 12,000 and 5,000 CAL BC, as well as medieval occupations. At the time of this site, it was considered an exceptional case, and in what was assumed to be an inhabited territory and with no people territory during this part of the prehistory, because that its contribution to the global understanding of the minoritization of the northeastern Iberian Peninsula was left on standby. Next one, please. After years of intensive archaeological research programs, 10 more sites in the central axial Pyrenees are known to have early Holocene occupations, all unpublished many years ago. In this communication, we will present a brief summary of some of these new sites, and above all, we will outline a model for trying to understand the transition from the Mesolithic to Neolithic in these mountain areas, and his contribution to the Neolithic in the northeastern peninsular area. We will consider for the model the chronology, the characteristics of the materials, the ecological data, and so the geographical spatial model. Next one, please. Our research has focused in the southern slopes of central Pyrenees, a mountain range formed during the Alpine orogeny and linking the Iberian Peninsula and the European tectonic plate. This is the highest sector of the Pyrenees, with mountains up over the 3,000 meters high, and the main bottom valleys around 900, 1,000 meters in altitude. Our working area was located in Andorra, in northeastern Catalonia, and in northern of Aragon regions or nations in Spain. The geology of this area was very diverse, with an schist area in Andorra, granitic batholith in northwestern Catalonia, and and limestone area in Aragon. Next one, please. Here you have the granitic batholithic area, and here the calcareous area of Aragon Desert Mountain, up to 3,300 meters high, for example. Next one, please. At the present, the Pyrenees show certain climatic variability, mainly due to the variation of rainfall, because the Pyrenees are wetter in the western side, and the aridity increases to the Mediterranean. This one. Temperatures are conditioned by altitudinal variation at all mountain areas. They range from the -5 to 2 degrees Celsius in January, and from 10 to 17 degrees Celsius in July. As we will see, these temperatures experience variations throughout the Holocene, especially in the seasonality. Next one, please. Our research is a combination of non-invasive methods like surface surveys, aerial surveys, with activities like open area excavations, and as well as the study of materials, and some research in paleontology. Next one, please. Reconstruction we will get some results of that. Reconstruction of paleotemperatures from sedimentary records indicates several changes throughout the Holocene. The main change is in the seasonality. After 6000 KBP, there was a diminution of the difference between summer and winter, with milder winters and cooler summers. This is interesting because in the Neolithic, the temperature in summer was higher than current temperature. The winter was colder, but in the summer was higher. As well, there are changes in the precipitation and the pluviometry, with an increasing of the aridity in the last millennium. Here we have also the change in the temperature and in dynamics over the seasonality in temperatures, with a more continental climate in the oldest times and more Mediterranean influenced climate in recent times. Also, the change in paleovegetation data also show the anthropogenic footprint in vegetation landscape. This mark starts to be noticeable during Neolithic and becomes more intense since 2000 BC. Next one. Increase in pastures, signs of fires, and even signs of the presence of cereal pollen in some records. This latter is very striking both for its altitude. For example, this is a lake with cereal at 2,107 meters of altitude, and the first cereal appears at around 4,000 BC in the early Neolithic. Another question is that research carried out has made it possible to document 4 new sites with Mesolithic occupations in very high altitudes. All of them are located above over 1,800 meters, and some of them are around 2,300 meters high. They show the presence of Holocene hunter-gatherers in the central Pyrenees was not an isolated event. It was a consolidated presence in the early Holocene of hunter-gatherer communities in all the different altitudes of the Pyrenees, from the bottom of the valleys until the mountains. One of the relevant sites is the Abric of Los Guaras de Batera. It's a little rock shelter in winter, in May and in summer. It has been extensively excavated and has an uncovered sequence of occupation dating back 10,000 years. There is a Mesolithic phase dated around 8,000 BC, and another that is located in the boundary between the Neolithic and Mesolithic in the region. In fact, the oldest Neolithic that dates in the region are very little recent and visits in the Ovaras de Batera site. Next one. Both the Mesolithic and other prehistoric occupations in this shelter are linked to the use of the site as a shelter or a place of refuge for people that goes to the mountain, with heath and systems for enclosing the space with little woods for closing this little shelter. Pottery only appears from the middle Neolithic onwards, but it's also interesting, no pottery in the early Neolithic, but no pottery too in the medieval period occupations. Maybe the presence of pottery is not a question cultural, maybe it's a question of mobility of the presence in the territory. Next one, please. The Mesolithic Neolithic transition in this site is very notable for his lithic remains. Here we have geometrics with Mesolithic aspects, like this. But we have very clear, very hard Neolithic geometrics, like this and this. This is typical from the early Neolithic in Iberian Peninsula. Next one, please. Other research documented also many early sites from the Neolithic, from the beginning of the Neolithic. They are located at different. I apologize because I don't know what is with the maps that the circles are not evident. Here, and here. These sites. So, researchers also documented 5 new sites from the beginning of the Neolithic. They are located at different altitudes, both at the bottom of the valleys, at around 900 meters high, and over 2,300 meters high. Just as a possible Neolithic site of Ubarazaratere. Next one, please. One of these sites is Antigua Victorian Cave. He's located at 1,440 meters over the meters high. It's a cavity, it's a cave more than 200 meters long, with a small lake in its inside. The pits have documented several occupations from the early Neolithic period. Which one is? Here's some images of the cave and the land. Next one, please. In this stratigraphic test pit, we documented 50 centimeters of archaeological sediments like that, with layers of fumier, and all the times with, next one please, all the times with prehistoric material, and here we have the chronology of the sites. The interesting is that the chronology is very close to very similar to the Corotracito site that we will speak after, and he's very close. Also, it's interesting in this cave and other caves in the Pyrenees that in some areas of the Pyrenees there are no sillages, there are no chert, and it's very, we can identify the working of sandstone, of calcareous rock to make artifacts, and to use these artifacts. And here you have the physiology of different pieces of sandstone. Next one. Excuse me, sandstone, limestone. Another site is Cueva Lóbrica. Cueva Lóbrica was documented, was another site documented of this period. It's located in a very abrupt place. It's a cave with a large entrance and more than 60 meters of long. There are no traces of recent human occupation. But inside, next one please. Inside here we have the image and the plan of the cave. Next one please. And inside we find some traces of charcoal in the walls of the cave, and also we find impressed pottery in the surface. And then when we make a little surveys in different places of the cave, we find very close to the surface pottery and chert and zooarchaeological remains. Next one, please. Here we have a representation of the pottery in the cave. There is the typical pottery from the early Neolithic in Spain, or in North Spain. And here you have many of the objects of stone tools from chert, and some of them were used to butchering animals, meat, and so on, to cut grass as cycles. Thank you. The chronology of this cave is maybe there are 2 occupations of in this cave. The first one is very old, around 5,400 BC, and the other around 5,000 copies. See, this is in the early Neolithic Spain. Next one. Another research also permits us to identify a lot of different sites from the second part of the early Neolithic after 5,200 copies. One of them is the big cave of Corotracito, also in the Aragon, in the central Pyrenees, close to 1,500 meters above. And if you follow this mountain, you can arrive to the Monte Perdido area, that's the fifth mountain highest in the Pyrenees. In this site we can find different little surveys, and after to begin to excavate, to do diggings in open area excavations. Next one, please. And these excavations permit us to understand the dynamics of occupation of a cave with fumier. Fumier is a French word to say the rest of the presence of the animal in an enclosure. I don't know estiércol in English. We can the open area excavation permit us to look at different dynamics of occupation inside the cave. One for studying animals, another moment as store area with little bits of storage. And another moment as a works area with a lot of earth, maybe to produce pottery. From Corotracito is interesting for us because it permits to understand there is a lot of, it's a calcareous cave, there is a lot of bone animals preserved. It's not usual in other high mountain areas. And we can look for the use of animals in the Neolithic, and we can look the predominance of domestic animals, but with a mixed sample with sheep and cattle, with sheep, ovicaprines, with bovines, and with pig, domestic. That's very interesting because next one, this kind of composition of the animals, of the domestic animals, for the oldest levels in the Corotracito site is very close to the same. It's similar to the lowland sites, like for example La Draga in Catalonia. That means that there was not, in the beginning of the Neolithic, there was not a specialization in mountain livestock versus plains livestock. The herders, the kind of herders were similar. Next one. Another question in Corotracito is the presence of a lot of seeds of cereal, like that, for example, from Triticum and from Orbium, and also the tools that work in the production of pottery, like to polish the surface of the pottery, and silex also to make the incisions and pressing the decoration in the pottery, and also the head. Another site of the beginning of the Neolithic is Covarrubias Cave. Covarrubias Cave is a very little rock shelter in a granitic zone in the Catalan Pyrenees, 1,800 meters high. He has different occupation since the beginning of the Neolithic. The oldest one from 5,300 BC. And after very intensive occupations after the 4,800 BC until the end of the Neolithic, we have pottery, we have lithic tools. This is interesting because these materials, like as in Corotracito, comes from the Ebro Valley, that's outside the Pyrenees, more than 60 kilometers above. In the pottery, we make residue analysis, chemical residue analysis over the pottery. And this is interesting because in the granitic area, the conservation of bone is very bad, and we can look the presence of ovicaprine consumption, meat consumption in the pottery, in the lipids of the pottery, for example, but not in the bones because the conservation of the bones is very bad. Another question interesting is, in Cobalazado, the pollen data suggests a very small and local deforestation. But we find when we look in the lacustrine and in the pit books sequences, we don't find in this early Neolithic traces of a big deforestation. But when we look to the site pollen records, we can understand that in this moment, in this occupation, the people cut the trees and make grass, little grass areas, or maybe little areas for crops. As a summary and in conclusion, after 20 years of research in mountain areas, in a very high and active mountain areas, we find more than 10 sites of the beginning of the Holocene that make sense of the former sites and that we know before, that was Pablo Martinera's site. This site was not an exception, was not only one site in an empty landscape, because it was a part of a more complex system. In this context, it's interesting the increasing of sites during the early Neolithic, but the sites in the Mesolithic were not an exception. The before one, please. Also, this is interesting. At this moment, the oldest data of the Neolithic in Catalonia comes from a site. That this is at 2,320 meters high. That is the Ovaras de Valera shelter. Is the oldest, but it's very similar to other of the oldest one that is of the Neolithic in the northeastern Iberian Peninsula. This increasing of the number of sites that we know permits us to think a first model to understand the transition between Mesolithic and Neolithic in this area. The first question that is for us very interesting is that maybe the global annual temperature in the Holocene increased, and today maybe the temperature, median temperature, summer and winter, it's warmer than maybe 7,000 years ago. But 7,000 years ago, the summers were very hot and the winters were very cold. For us, it's important what happens in the summer, because we think that the occupation of highest altitudes was only in the summer. What tell us the sites that we locate in the Pyrenees? In Mesolithic times, we find occupations in all altitudes, from the bottom of the valleys to alpine zones in the mountain. In the beginning of the Neolithic, we find intense occupations of sites in the bottom of the valley or in the midst of the mountains. Never over 1,600 meters high. But we find also occasional occupations with no pottery, with no traces of crops, over 2,000 meters high. in sites like Ovaca Zapatera, Abril Portacolo, in sites that Jose Maria Palet works in Andorra too. This pattern followed during the second part of the early Neolithic with little modifications. There is a continuation of the occupations of the sites in the bottom of the valley or under 1,600 meters high, with maybe new sites close to this altitude until 1,800 meters high, with pottery, with different activities in the lithics, with presence of cereal and so on. But there is no occupation in the highest area. And finally, in the end of the Neolithic, we find again an increasing of sites, a very big increasing of sites, and an expansion of sites even to the top of the mountains. There are sites with that show, as Jose Maria Palet said before me, that shows a specialization in livestock practices. Then, for us, it's very interesting that in the early Neolithic, we find a very intense traces of agriculture in the sides of the mountain. And when there is a PhD test working in this moment about that, when we make the model, we analyze the potential for growth in this kind, in the Pyrenees areas and surroundings, we found that the sites with more intense occupation in early Neolithic are located close to places with a high potential for growth, but the sites with a very punctual occupations in the early Neolithic and with occupations in the Mesolithic sometimes are in sites with a very little possibility for growth. This means that maybe we need to change our scope to analyze the archaeology of high mountains. Maybe the specialization of the high mountains territories that we know is historically is a fact very recent or more recent in the times. And maybe the colonization, Neolithic presence, the beginning of Neolithic in the mountains follow the same path or similar path that the beginning of the presence of Neolithic in lowland areas. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for such another interesting presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, it was the last presentation of this session, so I would like to invite you all in this hall as well. Our online participation to the discussion, some questions, comments. Yeah. Anybody has a question? Maybe we should start from the first presentation.
From the first presentation. I don't need.
No, you need it.
Thank you. For the presentation about the presentation of Professor Pavel Pavel. When we reached this presentation with Guillermo, we were in Amway, we were talking that the questions that he planned, he states about mountain archaeology in Poland, in Central Europe, etc. There are all times the same problems in mountain archaeology, for example, in the Iberian Peninsula. The delay, the time delay, the problems to be that the people understand the things that we find in the mountain, and maybe the need to change the mental conception of archaeology after the all the things that we comment were very familiar to us as people.
Thank you for this comment. This wasn't the question. So I agree with you. And thank you for your presentation. By the way, may I ask Alban Gordon, if I may, to be sure, you have mentioned the Laga site in Catalonia and the faunistic spectrum from this famous site to compare with mountainous sites. You said,
Yes.
if I understood it correct, that the fauna is the same in the high position like in the Laga.
The composition,
Yes.
it's very similar. There are no statistical differences between the sites. For the early Neolithic, before 5,000 BC, the composition, the spectrum of domestic fauna, not for the non-domestic fauna, but for the domestic fauna from La Grada site that are very beside a lake in a plain area in Spain, it's the same that the spectrum of Urotracytosite in the central Pyrenees. For us, that's very interesting because we have in the previous idea that mountains have a specialization on sheep and only on sheep with no pigs, domestic pigs, for example. Domestic pigs are very interesting because they explain that the mobility was not very big because to move with pigs is not easy. And we find, for example, the influence of pigs in early Neolithic sites. Then the use of domestic animals in the beginning of the Pyrenees in the beginning of the mountain, we think that's not very different than the use of domestic animals in plain areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe some more question? If not, maybe we should move to another presentation. The online presentation. Okay, so maybe to the last one. Any questions? Professor Vandenberg.
To both colleagues, to you, and to Martinez Bennett, my question is about the lowering of fire in the deforestation in general. This was many times mentioned in your speeches, in talks, and to compare this with a situation in the Polish Carpathians, this paleobotanical diagrams, which I tried to underline, we don't see the traces of such practices during Neolithic, early Neolithic especially. Therefore, came my question: is this sure? Is this strong evidence for this that in the early Neolithic the fire was used as a factor, as a method in the deforestation process? Could you confirm this or not? Because this was not even clear for me.
I think that Jose Maria Paletta has many questions to do to comment about that because he has a very very great work in this topic, but I can try to answer to anything. We found, for example, the first thing that we find in the paleoecological data are the concentrations, big amounts of microcharcoals that show fire in the forest. And there is a question if this is a climatic question or an archaeological question. There is discussion between the archaeologists and the paleontologists. The first question interesting is that the beginning of this fire in the Pyrenees is at the same moment of the first occupations of hunter-gatherers. And there is a lot of occupations of hunter-gatherers and with fire. I don't know, there are ethnographic examples in Australia, for example, to the intentionally open of the forest to hunt, to do hunting, to hunters, by hunters. Second question, in the Neolithic we find these fires that there are not isolated fires, there is a continuation during 1,000, 2,000 years, fire. And there is, in the beginning of the Neolithic, we can now see in the lake sequences, lake paleontological sequences, we can now see a significant diminution of the forest. But when we take the pollen from the sites, we can look at diminution of the arboreal pollen around the site and more pollen from grasses and even pollen from cereal. That's interesting because the pollen of cereal don't move. It's very his weight is very big for the pollen and it don't move more than 200, 300 meters above. The presence of this pollen suggests the contact of this site with crops. And another question is that many paleontologists working in the Pyrenees find pollen that the difference between the cereal pollen and gramínea pollen is just by metrics. Okay? And then they find pollen that his metrics is in the middle, between gramínea, small, and cerealia pollen. The question is, what is that? It's gramínea, it's so big to be a gramínea, and its cereal is very small to be cereal if you take as a reference the cereal in the plains. But the cereal in the mountains?
Thank you. I have only a short question for your presentation. You have mentioned the utilization of rock crystal in the Mesolithic. Yes, and do you know source of this raw material? Is it of local origin or it was transported for?
In the area where there is in the same way we find rock crystal from Mesolithic occupations, there is a granitic area. And it's possible we don't find the precise local source of this crystal rock, but we need to do a survey because it's geologically it's possible, it's compatible in this formation. It's interesting that the chert that we find in this site is very it comes from far away of this area, and maybe they use the chert to have as point of projecting point. But when they grow the projecting point, they need to supply these points, and they use with the same technology the local materials like rock crystal.
Thank you very much. Any questions? The last call? If not, so right now we'd like to invite you for a coffee break. But if you are a little bit late, so we'd like to extend the coffee break for 20 minutes. It means like 20 minutes past 12. Okay? 20 minutes. So, like 10 minutes. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be the half past 12.
Be careful, it's okay.
kawę czy coś? Ale to serio?
Technical problems.
Dobra. Bardzo dziękuję.
A w jakiej prezentacji kończy powiedzieć? Ten nie działa? Gadu, też?
przewodnik sesji na on stracił dzień. Później ja straciłem najpierw głos, później przestałem widać, ja też przestałem mówić, a później również przestałem. Zabicie sesja skończyła.
Mam nadzieję, że teraz wszyscy przyjdą.
Trzeba zgadnąć, tak samo nie zejdę.
You can't compete with the popularity of coffee.
Yes, the program is very big for one day, so it might be tiring, but we have to now. Czytam się na górze są osoby.
Już jestem. Nie zauważyłem, że godzina już ta, wszyscy zostali na górze.
I never know what the setup is going to be like, so I always try and avoid pointing or animations or anything.
Czekamy, czy zaczynamy? Czekamy. Nie, raczej pytałem na ludzi, czy czekamy na nas przyjdą. Dobra.
Ale sprawdzaliście, czy nie działa?
session Mountains of Asia. This session consists of 5 presentations, 2 online, 2 in person. Organizers proposed 20 minutes for each presentation. So I would like to ask all presenters to keep the time, because we are very late. So I think that it would be very nice to have a great time for the next session. So, first presentation, Patrick based on sun life waves in the foothills of Central Asia, modeling the forces that drove the topographic complex inner Asian mountains corridor. Patrick is.
Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Patrick Cuthbertson. I completed a doctoral thesis on Lower to Middle Pleistocene Central Asia, and I did that doing spatial modelling of ancient human occupation and dispersal. I did a postdoc for 3 years as well with the Paleo Silk Road project in Germany, and we were surveying for caves and rock shelters in Kazakhstan. I'm in the process of updating some of the modelling that I did for my doctoral project, but mostly today I want to focus on the narratives that help us understand early Pleistocene occupation and dispersal, and also to advocate for the importance of mountain and foothill environments in the early Pleistocene of Central Asia specifically. Next one. Next one. The next slide. No worries. There we go. So what started my interest in the area was the fact that dates from Central Asia seem very young compared to the dates that are coming from neighbouring regions. So in Georgia we have Dominici, which is about 1.8 million years ago. In China at a similar latitude we have in the Nippon Basin a date of 1.6 million years ago. And now also, since 2018, we have the site of Shangqian, which is 2.1 million years. Next one, please. But in Central Asia, the oldest site we currently have is Caldara, which is only about 900,000 years old. There are a few younger sites from the Middle Pleistocene around the same area in the south, and many of those are preserved in wind-blown loess deposits in the foothills around Tajikistan. There are surface lines as well, here in red on this map, which suggest wider spread occupation, but we don't really have good dates to be totally certain when that occupation is. The dated sites that we have are all a very kind of simple core and flake stone tool technology, and there are some more complex like biface and hand axe technologies, but they're all surface lines basically. There's a few that are dated maybe from the late Pleistocene. Next slide, please. So in terms of the physical setting of Central Asia, generally people are aware that there are some very arid continental environments. But there are also these substantial mountain ranges in the south and east. And these mountains receive substantial precipitation, as I'll show you in a minute. And the water flows into the interior from those mountainous areas in the rivers, the huge river systems, the Amugari and the Sugari ahead. The desertified lowlands are subject to strong winds, which cause dust storms. And throughout the Pleistocene, this has led to huge accumulations of dust in the foothills as loess. Next slide, please. We know that the mountains and foothills have an influence on movement through the region in earlier periods. They were part of the Silk Road, for instance, during historic times. And also, they seem to have been important for nomadic pastoralists as well in later prehistory. So in that connection, Michael Fischetti has termed the area the Inner Asian Mountain Corridor. Micah Glantz and colleagues have published ecological modelling of late Pleistocene conditions in the region and suggest that glacial conditions in the foothills, well, they suggest multiple things, but one of the main things they suggest is that glacial conditions in the foothills might have provided refugia when the interior was too harsh to occupy. Michal Leloch, if I'm saying that correctly, should be present, should be presenting soon, but He has also done some fantastic predictive modelling in the south of the Indonesian mountain corridor. And they've had success with that, locating sites with middle and upper Paleolithic technology. No dates on that, I think, right? But probably late Pleistocene, I guess, right? Yeah. Maybe. So, for the Middle Pleistocene, Emma Finestone and colleagues have published new speleothem data and spatial modelling, and they suggest that the arid interior areas could have been occupied during less harsh interglacials, possibly explaining the Hadak surface sites. However, they seem to really downplay the mountains and foothills as a late Pleistocene adaptation. But I don't think that really agrees with those earliest dates being in the foothills of Tajikistan. Next slide. And what about the possibility of earlier dispersals with simple core of flake technology? Why focus on open, arid environments when later evidence points to the foothills being a rich area for occupation? So, open environments have a long legacy in narratives of human evolution. The oldest of these is probably the savanna hypothesis. Versions of that date back to the 1920s and even earlier, and it saw a huge resurgence of interest in the mid-2000s. The most basic version of the hypothesis suggests that open grassland savanna provided new pressures and opportunities for early hominins as they left forested environments, and that this potentially helped drive human evolution and disperse it more widely. Next slide, please. Savanistan is a sort of extended version of this, applied to Central Asia. It was a term coined by Robin Dennell and Vil Robrooks in 2005. They observed that grassland ecozones are continuous across Africa and Asia during the late Pliocene, and they reasoned that hominins therefore occupying African savanna grasslands might then be able to disperse through and occupy the entire region. But over time, problems have emerged with the savanna hypothesis. Several authors have argued that it's quite poorly defined. Early human sites as well seem to show a range of environments, not just savanna grasslands. And some authors have tried to kind of compensate and push back against that by saying, well, hominins occupied a mosaic habitat, or that savanna sometimes has a wooded component, so savanna is inherently a little bit mixed. Next slide, please. But the idea of a mosaic habitat probably represents a failure of the habitat concept as a whole. If all early human habitats, or most of them, were mosaics or mixed in some way, then maybe searching for discrete habitats in the first place is the wrong approach. So Clive Finlayson has pointed this out and suggests instead that we should be looking for a variety of elements that were attractive to hominids regardless of habitat. Next slide, please. So perhaps the key factor is not adaptation to one kind of habitat, but adaptation to variability itself. So, for instance, Gribben and Gribben back in 1990 suggested climate fluctuations through glacial cycles could have selected for adaptability as a general capacity. And more recently, Rick Potts has formulated something similar in the variability selection hypothesis. The idea is that climate fluctuation then selects for adaptive plasticity and flexibility, and this then allows hominins to pursue resources and opportunities across the landscape rather than remaining rigid to discrete habitats. Next slide, please. So variability in the climate could have driven this, but what about variability in the landscape? King and Bailey have proposed the complex topography hypothesis, or tectonic triangle. They observed the correlation between Pleistocene occupation sites and rough tectonic landscapes in the East African Rift Valley. And they extended this concept across all of Eurasia with a roughness index to highlight complex topographic areas. Pleistocene sites do seem to broadly coincide with these landscapes, including the oldest Central Asian site called Dara. Next slide, please. They proposed a number of factors that they think make these environments particularly attractive. They suggest that complex environments have more basins that trap water. Also, the topographic barriers and enclosures could provide shelter from predators, but also perhaps to get the advantage in ambushing prey. They suggest that variable topography as well leads to variety in the flora. And also the volcanic soils, because this is tectonic landscapes they're most interested in, could also be more fertile as well. Water and shelter are also key themes for Clive Finlayson in his book, with water being the primary one that he focuses on. So perhaps there we can take that as a list, a sort of starting point for a variety of elements. Next slide, please. So, as I say, Finlayson thinks water is a crucial factor, and the complex topo guys specify basins. Now, this is some very, very, very quick modelling that I did a couple of days ago to identify internally draining features where water might become trapped. And I ran it only for Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, just to have a quick look because it was really resource intensive for my laptop. So there's a lot of noise there the further down in the drainage channels you go, but relatively large sink features do seem to be a sporadic feature in foothills and mountains. But basins are really only part of the hydrology, and I don't think that they're anywhere near the most important one in Central Asia. So in my doctoral work, I looked at hydrology from two other main sources, precipitation and groundwater. Next slide, please. So with precipitation, the idea is that areas that receive increased rainfall will be more likely to develop rich floral communities. I used last interglacial climate data because actually at the time I was running these models, there wasn't really anything better available with a decent resolution. So we should think of this data really as just giving a sort of general idea of climate during interglacial conditions and not focus too much on the absolute values. So precipitation here is especially concentrated in the mountains and foothills, which won't be a surprise to anybody here. And this will feed floral richness in those areas. Now it rains a little bit as well in northern Kazakhstan. Their modern agriculture is precipitation fed, in contrast to the agriculture of the more arid interior regions. And lots of precipitation in the mountains themselves as well, it's worth noting, is salt, and it feeds into the glaciers there, which then feed down the mountains gradually over time as overland runoff. Now, the reason a lot of that precipitation becomes runoff is due to the low porosity of the geology, which leads us to the next factor. Next slide, please. So I estimated the groundwater potential using a geological data set by assigning average porosity values to the different geologies. Now, when precipitation falls on areas of low porosity in the mountains, it will tend to run off into the river systems. But areas of high porosity, and especially if they have high precipitation as well, such as the foothills, are going to retain water and develop into fertile, vegetated environments. Anecdotally, I can say that this seems accurate, because the foothill valleys can be very densely vegetated, very difficult to survey. So the effect of the mountains on the local hydrology is huge, and it's much more than just basins. Next slide, please. The complex topography hypothesis, as I said, also mentions rich volcanic soils. Volcanism itself might not be such an important factor in Central Asia, I'm not totally clear on that, but the lowest deposits are probably most important. So this map from Tian et al. Shows the distribution quite nicely, and you can see it throughout the foothills because the mountains provide windbreak against which that loess accumulates. The loess is so rich that it has even been used as a fertilizer in the last century. So with Central Asia, volcanic soils specifically probably are not super relevant, but the loess deposits next to the mountains, almost certainly a factor. To model it properly, though, I think we need relative richness of other areas, and I don't have a solution for that yet. Any suggestions welcome. So, next slide, please. The second feature I think is missing a lot from the discussions of the complex topography hypothesis is raw materials for stone tool manufacture. In my doctoral project, I compiled a list of raw materials used at lower Paleolithic sites, and I mapped them across the study region. I found a good match between raw materials predicted and the raw materials at the sites, and it gives a sort of rough idea of potential availability across the whole of Central Asia. As I said, there are no dated lower Paleolithic hand axe sites, but simple core and flake technology is present throughout most of the Pleistocene. Those assemblages tend to have a very variable collection of raw materials. A bipolar knapping technique is also very common at them. And that's a technique where they're splitting pebbles on anvils. It's a very good technique for getting sharp pieces of rock. It works on a variety of materials. Even if the materials are quite low quality, river pebbles might be quite difficult to map. So you can see on this map that there is a high concentration of variety of those raw materials anywhere in the mountain and foothill zones, and also a bit of the Zakopanem, which are also quite rocky and exposed. There's actually a lot of overlap in these layers too. So the density of raw materials is even higher than it appears on this map visually. Next slide, please. Lastly, I want to make a couple of points about shelter, this other idea in the complex topography hypothesis, and also highlighted by Finlayson as well. With the Paleo-Silk Road project, we did actually create and publish a predictive model to locate caves and rock shelters in the Yin-Asian mountain corridor, only within Kazakhstan. We used it to survey and we found a significant number of caves and rock shelters. So the features are there in the foothill zones, but so far they haven't preserved any early Pleistocene archaeology. We can't know for certain how common caves are outside the foothills because actually we weren't surveying it. And this is an inherent problem of trying to validate these sorts of predictive models. You don't really want to spend a lot of time in areas that your models are going to suggest a low value. And vegetation, I think, also should be considered from the perspective of shelter. It would be very important for a small-bodied hominin like the kinds who would be dispersing in potentially in the early Pleistocene, for them to not be too visible all of the time due to predation risk. And the foothill zones would have been dense with vegetation, a couple of photographic examples here, and that provides some relief potentially from predation. Next slide, please. To conclude, in the dispersal of hominins out of Africa and across Eurasia, variability selection could have been a key component. The complex topography of mountains and foothills in Central Asia would have provided a rich environment for early Pleistocene hominins. Some suggestions for why it was an attractive environment can be drawn from the complex topography hypothesis. There do seem to be features that could trap water, these sorts of basins or sinks, but probably more important is the overall effect that the mountains have on concentrating precipitation and overland runoff into the foothills. Combined with that rich loess deposits, this makes for a very fertile, vegetated environment that would have been attractive to fauna as well as hominins. It would have been a more sheltered environment than the open plains or the Kazakopanens, with rocky features, dense vegetation, which would have helped against predation risk. Open environments might have been an important factor for middle Pleistocene hominins, who could have been larger bodied and perhaps were using biface or hand axe technology. The corridor really stands out as a key environment to me, and I think the possibility remains for a much earlier dispersal into the region within this area. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for listening.
Very much for interesting presentations of it. And as organizers suggest, the questions will be after the last presentation in this session. So thank you very much. And next presentation will be online. Masha Nayani, Mohamed Selker Siri, Arkadiusz Sołtysiak, and please help me because I'm in really deep prehistory with computers, so I need some help.
Yes, we have. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, dear NASA, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
But you can see us, but this is okay.
Yes.
So now, we don't see you, so can you, now we see you.
Do you have a presentation?
See you again? Yes, I have presentation.
Can you share the presentation with us?
Okay, do you know how to do it?
Yes, but I have a question. I want to present my PowerPoint and I have some notes on it. I don't know. Can I do it on a way that I just see the notes myself, not the audience?
Okay, now we see some presentation. Can you make it full screen?
Yes. Check it, please. Full screen.
No. In your PowerPoint, can you add your presentation?
Can you see that?
No, we cannot see your presentation. Can you share it?
Okay, let me.
And then put F5. Moving. Hello, we cannot hear you. No, we cannot hear you still. It was better without no, still nothing. Can you say something one more time? Now we cannot hear you at all. Oh, okay, it's fantastic. We can hear you. Yeah, it's good. Now, you switched off. Yes, fantastic.
I think you can hear me now because my mic is on.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Now we hear you, and now the presentation.
Yes, and can you see my presentation? Can you see my PowerPoint?
Not now. Now we see your Teams. So open a presentation. Open like you did it. Yeah. Okay, and now can you push F5? It should take presentation for full screen.
I chose.
Just F5. It will be.
Yeah, I push F4, but there is no change. I think the problem is that I have some notes and I want to read my notes on my PowerPoint. This is the problem. I think now maybe this will be okay.
That was excellent, but now it's also okay.
Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay, you can start.
Okay. Can I start now?
Yes?
Yeah, okay, sorry for delay. Hi everyone. The topic of research, as you can see, is an Australian skeletal cave in Andes Mountains in Iran. And in this presentation, we will talk about the location of the skeletal cave, the context of human remains there, and relative dating. Then burial rituals in Parthian period and Zoroastrianism will be explained in brief. And in next part, the results of osteological studies will be analyzed, and the final part is the conclusion. And this is the location of the skeletal cave in Iran, here. And here you can see the Lar Basin in the northeast of Tehran, in the central Alborz, a Doskonała mountain in Iran. And what you can see in this photo is 38 archaeological 38 archaeological sites which were discovered and registered in this basin during the archaeological survey project in 2019 under the direction of Sepex TV. One of the sites in this area is Eskelata Cave, and it means the cave of skeletons. And the location of this cave is recorded as 107, and which is located at the source of the Alan stream. And the cave has been known since 1999, when Sepex TV was the head of a mountaineering group at that time. In this picture, you can see the entrance of the cave, which is 3,085 meter height above sea level. In the entrance, there is a rock, as you can see here, rock shelter with 8 meters in width, covered space, which is used by the shepherds as a shelter these days. And then you can see the entrance of the cave. The entrance of the cave, to be honest, is very small and you could hardly enter with crawling. The entrance hall of the cave is a half-oval corridor with 12 meter diameter. The second half is 18 meter in length with 3 meters width. The next hall is a space which a big rock has fallen in the center of the hall. Unfortunately, there is no plan of the cave. You can see some more different photos and corridors from the cave as well. And in this picture, you can see some human remains which were discovered in the cave. In the western part of the hall, there are different natural niches which are occupied with these articulated skeletons. These are the first photos of the situation of the human remains in the cave in 1999 before being disturbed. No systematic research or excavation has been undertaken so far, except for a brief assessment of human skeletal remains by Fuzan Fan, who interpreted this site as a Zoroastrian ossuary. And here you can see some other human remains. These skulls are unfortunately lost, and the number of the bones in the cave are less now, since it has been visited a lot and the archaeological context of the bones is not intact anymore. And for dating, the human remains from the cave, a single sample has been taken, but the result is not available now. So we consider other elements for relevant dating, relative dating. These photos are some pottery shreds that have been discovered inside the cave, which probably belong to Parthian period in Iran, and it's from 250 BCE to 224 CE. And here, another evidence is the closest settlement to this cave in the lower basin entitled Tange Alam, and this is the number 125. This settlement site with 362,000 square meters is one of the biggest settlements in this basin. The rectangular plan of the structures is shown in this photo here. It can be seen hardly, but there are some structures here. And you can see the stones here used as building materials and the pottery shreds of this settlement. Here are the potteries, and all of these support the idea of belonging in this site to the historical period, or in another word, Parthian period in Iran. And Parthian period is one of the historical periods in Iran from, as I told before, 250 BCE to 224. Compared with Achaemenid Empire and Sassanid period, the Parthian government between these two periods was notably decentralized. because of the empire's long endurance and vast extent, as well as its exceptional cultural diversity, various burial customs prevailed during the Parthian period. A large number of cemeteries with a plethora of different burial practices have been excavated at different Parthian sites. These burial patterns, including coffins made of stone or pottery, simple pits, rectangle. You can see the photos, mausoleum, cairns, and in this case you can see gudachme or graves cut in the bedrocks. The stone graves, as you can see in these two photos, are another kind of burial, and the last one is different kind of jar burials that the photo is available here. Now we want to specifically focus on one of these burial rituals, which is known as gudachme. To clarify this ritual, it is necessary to know that one of the religions in Parthian period is Zoroastrianism. Based on this religion, the dead body is filth and not important or respected. The only important thing is that it should not pollute the four holy elements in this religion: fire, soil, or earth, wind, and water. So it is forbidden to bury the body in the ground. In this picture, you can see the dachme, or the Tower of Silence. The function of this huge open-air stone structure is for exposing the dead bodies to air to be eaten by birds or other animals. The structure of dachme is supposed to be easily accessible for the animals, and especially birds, to eat the bodies, and very far from the cities and villages in height. They fasten the bodies to stones to not be taken out of the tower by animals. The reason for this act was they believed immediately after soul leaves the body, decomposition starts, and the dead body is filth. So the sun can clean and remove the pollutions from the bones after defleshing. Then the defleshed bones were gathered and placed in the deep hole in the center of the tower, which was a kind of ostudan or ossuary, which means place of bones, as you know, made and paved with stones to avoid polluting the earth or soil, which is one of the holy elements in this religion. And in Zoroastrianism, after the defleshed bones are gathered, there are different places to keep the bones, which are known as ostudan. This word means the place of bones, which is known as ossuary as well. One kind of the ossuaries is gudachme, which you can see in this photo. Gudachme is a structure which is made in bedrocks. It is like a chamber made in rocks with one or several burials inside, and enough space for sitting, putting some objects, and holding ceremonies as well. The bodies were placed in rectangular space made artificially in the rocks and avoid polluting the soil with dead body. In another word, in the most of the cases, it is a rectangular handmade cave in bedrocks with some decorations in the facade or columns. Sometimes it was so simple, and sometimes it has, as you can see in this photo, it's totally a simple one with no decoration. And some of them has different, like columns or decorations and such things. And the other kind of ossuaries are jars used as ostudan, stone coffee is used as ostudan, human-made vertical niches in the bedrocks, as you can see here, all of them were used for the body, the fleshed bones. And the last kind is human-made horizontal rectangular holes in the bedrocks, that most of them were rectangular. And in this part, I want to focus on the bioarchaeological study on human remains. In 2019, the cave was surveyed for the third time in search for human remains with me and my colleague Severes TV. Since these cultural materials were neglected so far without a systematic study, the bones were scattered in different niches of the cave and totally disturbed. The number of the bones were reduced obviously compared to 1999. The assemblage of human remains retrieved from the cave were studied by Arkadiusz from University of Warsaw in Archaeological Institute of Tehran University in the same year. During this survey, 160 elements were found, as you can see in detail in this slide. Metric measurements of long bones suggest that both male and female elements were present in the assemblage. The minimum number of the individuals and the most likely number of individuals calculated based on clavicles for adults and based on ilia for sub-adults, as you can see here, and the general MNI and the general MLNI, as you can see, are present here. And some elements are modified by taphonomic agents, like some crystalline deposits and staining of different color from white to brown, as it's something usual in cave. And the most striking feature observed in the assemblage was widespread evidence of scavenging by carnivorous mammals, which was especially clear on long bones, as you can see here. And the elements representing the shoulder and pelvis girdles, and you can see in detail in this part. And minor elements like ribs and vertebra exhibited some more or less clear marks of animal teeth, and a specific pattern of scavenging has been observed in two adult femora in this picture, and with both candidates and greater trochanters missing, which corresponds to a grade 2 in a 5-grade proximal end scavenging scale, and to grade 3 in a 4-grade distal end scavenging scale. And the overall frequency of tooth marks is very high in this cave compared to other human skeletal assemblage from the Near East. Also, compared to a collection of elements from the Zoroastrian Tower of Silence in Khalachan, where only 4% of bone fragments exhibited furrows or punctures typical of scavenging. This is the plan for this place. And the other one is tooth marks were evident also in a small assemblage of human remains retrieved from a medieval underground structure at Tahya, which scavenging is observable on proximal tibia, as you can see the photo here. And the last part is conclusion. 7 permanent teeth were complete enough to score dental caries with confidence. And in this small collection, the frequency of dental caries could have been relatively high in this population. Antemortem tooth loss was also common in two preserved adult mandibles. In both mandibles, a very specific bilateral AMTL pattern was observed. It may be the result of a non-alimentary tooth use, although usually use of teeth as a third hand affects the anterior dentition first, you can see here. and identification of a specific activity that may have produced such a pattern is not possible in such an accidental collection of isolated elements. And this is the conclusion. Sorry, I said it earlier. As a conclusion, the cave characteristics and condition of human remains can lead us to assume this place could be used as a dakhme and Sudan or Assyria as well, probably in Parthian period. The outside space of the cave has the potential of being used as a tower of silence or dakhme, and the niches in the cave could be used as a natural dakhme or a natural Sudan to keep the bones inside. And it means that with no great effort to build a tower or make artificial niches in bedrocks, people who were living around this area could take the advantages of mountainous environment to do their ritual burials based on what they believed. And thanks for your attention.
Some questions someone would like to ask you will be after the last presentation in this session, so in 1 hour, I think. Thank you very much. And the next presentation, Łukasz Oleszczak, Krzysztof Michalczewski, research on the expedition of the Institute of Archaeology of the Jagiellonian University in the Altai Mountains.
Thank you. Niżej.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like in this lecture I intend to present the results of the research conducted in the Altai Mountains of the southern Siberia by the expedition from the Institute of Archaeology in Krakow. Next slide, please. This map depicts the cultural situation in southern Siberia during the Scythian period. The territory of Altai was within the scope of Pazyryk culture, the grey mark. Belonging to the circle of Scythian type cultures, the territory of Altai was within the scope of Pazyryk culture. The red line represents the extent of so-called Kharkova cultural tradition. I will talk about the a little bit more, and about the most important cultures of Scythian types of that period. We have a Tatar culture in the Mikosinsk Basin, this one. The yellow mark is a tuba, and Uyuk and Zakrybazi culture. And in the upper basin there are Bolshareczka, so-called Bolshareczeńska, Bolshareczka culture, and Bystrianka culture in this area. Next slide, please. The Altai Mountains are a mountain range in Central Asia, located in Russia, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, China. Next slide, please. Next mountains are known of very natural beauty, diverse ecosystems, and rich cultural heritage, including ancient rock art, kurgans, and caves. The Sova cave, with the Sova cave as most famous. Next slide, please. And next one, please. Next one, please. Yes. In the earlier range, the Pacific culture, belonging to the circle of Scythian type cultures, was presented throughout the Russian Upper Altai region. This culture is known for its phenomenal discoveries of artifacts made from organic materials and bodies adorned with tattoos remarkably preserved due to the burial chambers of Basilic Mount being filled with ice. Next slide, please. The Basilic culture is also known for its beautiful examples of Scythian animal style art, many of which were crafted from organic materials such as wood and felt and leather. Next slide, please. An extraordinary example of Scythian art from Altai is the tattoos found on the bodies of the Basilic mummies and from the sides of the Ukok Plateau. These tattoos were executed in the Scythian animal style of the convention. Tigers, birds, panthers, rams, and some fantastic creatures as well. Among them, the most popular were griffins, probably the totem of the tribe. The next one, please. Our research was conducted in the northern Altai, in the lower part of these mountains. It's a beautiful area indeed also, being the mountainous valley of the lower Katuni river, the main Altai river, the source of Ob River. In this region, there were no frozen burials chambers like in the higher parts of the upper Altai. However, next slide, please. The rapid overgrowth of mountain grass. Next slide. And next one, please. Resulted in the largest unlooted cemetery of the Basilic culture in this area because the low mounts of the Kurgas were invisible due to the fact that they were overgrown with grass. Excavations at the burial. Previous slide, please, for a second. Excavations at the burial mound cemetery of Tukowo have been conducted since 2000. It was excavated by Russian archaeologist, our colleague Professor Porodowski from Novosibirsk, and the cemetery is now fully explored. We took part in these excavations also in the last stages of the exploration. We together with Professor Porodowski, finished all the cemetery. So the burials of the Basilic culture, Karakoba cultural traditions, and traditional and Bystrianka cultures were found. Over 120 mounds. 120 mounds have been excavated, containing skeletal burials placed under the stone mount. Next slide, please. A range of intriguing artifacts has been discovered, including Kinakis daggers, knives, mirrors, beds, ceramics, and unique example of animal style art such as a gold plaque depicting a horned wolf, used as a totem for the tribe. Latest tombs in the cemetery no longer belonging to the Scythian period, but contain burials of the population inhabiting the Altai region during the Hunnic period, or Xiongnu period. Next slide, please. Around the turn of the 3rd and 2nd century BC, the powerful nomadic empire of Xiongnu dominated this part of Asia, engaging in successful wars with China. Beginning from the 2nd century BC, all of southern Siberia underwent significant cultural transformations, stimulated primarily by political factors, the most important one being the rise of this mighty empire of Xiongnu nomads in Mongolia and Transbaikal region. The extraordinary and expensiveness led to the fall of deep transformation of a number of Scythian type groups in southern Siberia. One of them was the Basilic culture, which in the upper Altai was replaced by groups representing the Hunnic model of culture, such as Bulankowy culture, or in the northern Altai, the so-called Maima culture. Next slide, please. The Maima culture, geographical range of the Maima culture is restricted by the Altai northern sub-mountainous region. Sepulchral finds associated with the Maima culture were until recently represented by a very single burial from the Maima 7 sites. This is mainly known from the settlements of this culture. It's only due to the latest research carried out in the region of Tutukowok and Nangelok village in the northern Altai that new information concerning the burial rites of the Maima people has been brought to light. Next slide, please. Our Polish expedition will concentrate our concerns on the settlement of Tutukowok 9. It was located in the close proximity to a cemetery at a distance of approximately 5 kilometers in a straight line. And it's now one of the better studied sites of Maima culture, which makes it one of the most important sources for researching the Hunnic period settlement in the Upper Altai. It's located on the height of about 400 meters from above the sea level and about 100 meters above the floodplain. Next slide, please. This is the question of the site. Next one, please. The site occupies an area of approximately 5,000 square meters. 41 archaeological features were discovered during the excavations. Among them were hard pits, post holes and dwellings of a semi-sunken floor type. Next slide, please. We see the dwelling 35, features 7 and 35 were of special interest, probably the huts with hearts. Next slide, please. The 4 hearts discovered at next one, please. Hearts. We see the heart, example of a heart. The 4 hearts discovered at Czerwca 9 settlements of particular interest. In particular, heart number 36 we see on the slide, which we see on the slide was in good state of preservation. Walls built from flat stones, the stone slabs set vertically. The walls was 2-layered in cross section with the lower layer consisting of clay baked to red color and upper of one of compact ash. Next slide, please. Among we see the slide in profile. Next slide, please. Among the most interesting features discovered in the discussed settlement, we can mention the remains of a fence identified in the southern part of the site. As we can see on the slide, from the west, north and northeast, the approach of the settlement is naturally protected by steep slopes, while from the easiest accessible side, south and southeast, a shallow depression was recorded, suggesting a ditch or shallow moat, about 2 meters wide, protecting the settlement. Next one, please. The geomagnetic survey confirmed an elongated anomaly in this area, so we open a trench. To check this anomaly. Next slide, please. Yes, so the results fully confirm the presence of a structure connected with the settlement's enclosure. Although the alleged moat, feature 46, turned out to be on a shallow depression, relics of a burned-down wooden enclosure was identified. Next slide, please. You see the relics of burned-down wooden enclosure. Next slide, please. Large trapezium-shaped pits were also uncovered in the immediate vicinity. The pitch and the fence were carbon dated to approximately 5th and the first half of 6th century AD. Probably the site was abandoned under some dramatic circumstances, a fire after an attack, probably. Perhaps this was in connection with some political turmoil in Central Asia, since roughly about the same time, in 552 AD, the rural Khanate fell after it was defeated by the Turks. Next slide, please. Products and semi-products of the bone and anthracite industry were no doubt the most interesting category of finds found in the settlement. The highest concentration of bone artifacts was found in the semi-underground structure and nearby heart. Presumably this is the location of the bone workshop. The exploration of the Czerwca settlement produced an abundance of bone and other artifacts which represented nearly the entire spectrum of such objects known from the Huno-Sarmatic period. Provide a lot of interesting information for us. The next slide, please. An interesting category of finds from Czerwca 9 is comprised of tools made from the pelvic bone of cattle, which played some role in skin processing. The indentation in the central part of such a tool was its working part, with the porous surface of a spongy tissue well suited for removing animal hair from the processed skin. A relatively large collection of 19 such objects was found in our settlement. Next slide, please. Among the most interesting finds, one can mention a series of 23 antler bow fittings in the form of thin elongated plates, which were applied to reinforce a composite bow. The fittings they were made from the rib of big mammals. Apart from the site discussed here, no other equally large set of fittings have ever been found in the settlement. The fittings usually were found in graves. So this is a very exceptional situation. They were no doubt produced in Czerwca 9, and some of them have holes indicating that they are also prepared there. The distinct feature is the dense period of knots on the inner side, which were cut to make it easier to glue the bow elements together. Next slide, please. We also found 6 stamped arrowheads made from bone, each one representing a different morphological type. A particular interesting object related to nature is a semi-product. It was not fully produced, but the semi-product of an arrowhead of a whistling arrow. This one of the examples from other sites you see below. It's a same product of an arrowhead provided with a whistling point, swims in the flight, producing a high penetrating whiz, which was used in hunting, to disorientate the animal, in the battle, in combat to affect the morale of enemy troops, and start with their horses, and as a means of, probably also as a means of sending signals. Next one, please. The artifacts in the slide are animals' shoulder blades, so-called scapulae, that were used for the ritual foretelling purposes, so-called scapulimancy. The term scapulimancy refers to a method of foretelling with the use of animal scapulae. Among the 45 scapulae found at the site, 16 had round perforations or hollows on the flat surface of the bone. The holes are traces of using these shoulders. Next one, please. These holes are traces of using these shoulder blades for ritual scapulimancy foretelling. Next one, please. That site also produced evidence for the manufacture of musical instruments. 3 plates made from the central part of a rib, split lengthwise, were found, whose dimensions and raw materials used correspond with the known examples of vargas, an instrument from the cordophone string. They're still very popular in Siberia, although now they're made of metal, but in the prehistoric times they're made of bone. Next slide, please. An exceptionally interesting category finds from the discussed site are bone sumas. Tubes used for draining urine from a child's cradle. They were made from the tibia of sheep or goat, and in Homo-Sarmatic periods such artifacts are known from Central Asia. Probably the periods of the tradition in our time may be indicative of cultural influences from Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan, the area of this territory. Next slide, please. Here's some ethnographic analogies of use of the sumas in the cradles, which is still used in some parts of the world, such as Central Asia or in Caucasus Mountains. Next slide, please, and thank you for your attention. Thanks to the organizers for the invitation to the conference, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation, and I think that my voice naturally will work for this. The next presentation will be methods and preliminary results of documentation of rock art sites in the Kyzyl Dara Georgia. Yes, you.
Good afternoon. We will stay in Central Asia, and we're talking about Uzbekistan a bit, but we will take a look closer at this country now. And as it was mentioned, my name is Michał Lelok. I'm a PhD student at the University of Warsaw, and I'm here today to tell you a bit about my PhD project, about sites with petroglyphs I study. Next one, please. And just a quick introduce the topic. Sites with rock art are not very rare in Central Asia. Here on the examples, on those maps, we can see distribution of those sites in Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Mongolia. And we can see they are basically everywhere where are suitable surfaces for doing rock art. In mountains, but also on flat areas are smaller mountain ranges. And in terms of chronology, there are sites linked to Paleolithic and Neolithic, but the real peak of petroglyphs traditions belong to the Bronze Age and Iron Age. And let's take a look at this red circle in Uzbekistan. This is not very far from the country capital Tashkent, so quite important place and very populated. And here we see blank spot without any rock art sites. And this is also the place where expedition from University of Warsaw is conducting research for more than 10 years on Paleolithic sites. And we all know mountain sites, mountain archaeology, so we can imagine the reason why there are no sites is there are not sites maybe, but maybe the recognition of the sites is poor. So, next one please. In 2019, we have heard the first rumors about drawings on the rocks high in the mountains, knowing that this place, Kizildara Gorge, mentioned in the rumors, could be difficult to survey. In 2019, we made a short few days trip with two alpinists invited with experience from Nepal and Alps, and we found out that the way to the key part, the interesting part of Kizildara Gorge from any direction is not easy or simple. So we can use the few ways, and we know the ways now. But with this first trip, we took the way with the bottom of the gorge. And next slide, please. Oh no, fine before. Excuse me. And the passage is way along the bottom of the gorge. It's actually the shortest way, requiring 1 day to get to the site. But it's quite dangerous. We need to cross few streams, climb a bit, and it's impossible for sure to take any equipment this way, transport it. So we can also use the paths of the shepherds on the tops of the ridges of the gorge, but they are easier, but it takes usually 2 days for us to get to the site, so it's a lot longer. So finally, next slide. We're heading to the site, and the main cluster of petroglyphs is located on the altitude from 2,600 to 3,100 meters above sea level, and on a quite beautiful slope. So yes, this is the slope is getting quite grassy on this part of the gorge. This narrow and rocky gorge. At some point, maybe around 2,400 opens, and here we can see huge rocks rising from the slope, on which we can find rock art petroglyphs. And those rocks are red, covered with dark patina granites. The depictions were created by removing this dark patina and creating clear light lines on a dark background. So usually they are very quite visible, but under the right conditions and with time, patina, of course, patina is growing back on the petroglyphs, makes them sometimes very hard to find. Next one. So we reached the place, we have petroglyphs, so we should move on to work on documentation of the site. But I was pointing the way to the site is long and challenging. Today's work from infrastructure, electricity, food sources, forces us to limit our walks down and up, and to force us also to take everything with us during this one way up for the season. So we enter the environment where temperatures range from below zero at night to 40 degrees during the day, and this is in July. And we can't recharge our gear. We need to eat dry or canned food. We sleep in tents with below zero temperatures. This might sound trivial, but it has obvious impact on our planet stay there and our logistics. Of course, we can imagine possible wars conditions, but we cannot require, for example, specialist who is doing good 3D models to be a fan of long mountain camping. And this is for sure not a place where we want to take students because they could change from archaeology to accounting for sure. That is easy. Next one, please. And yeah, so we adapted our documentation methods to our desire and to reduce the time we spent in the mountains. So we decided to do all our documentation in form of photographs. Yeah, we did our first season in 2021. It takes us 2 weeks. And we were divided, during work we were divided into 2 teams. First team was only locating the panels, taking notes and giving inventory numbers to the petroglyphs. And the second group was doing photographical documentation. Yes, next one. Yeah, we documented the majority of the site with using total station localization of almost all petroglyphs. So we were able to do also photogrammetry, and that let us use markers on the photos, so and determine the localization of markers on the photos very precisely and easily. Next one. And during the first season, we also used the orthophoto map of the site. This is view of satellite image. Next one, please. There's our orthophoto map. And next one, please, and localization of petroglyphs. So with this orthophoto map, we can easily come back to the every panel, every petroglyph we want in the future. And next one. So during the first season, we documented more than 400 panels and more than 3,000 individual applications. We were able to document the entire main cluster, define boundaries for sure, and verify how the petroglyphs are distributed in the rest of the gorge. And we did a little bit survey around. Next one, please. Yeah, so during the time between seasons, we verified how our idea of doing only photographic documentation works, and it turned out that the lack of possibility to verify quality of photos taken on the site resulted in the fact that from some of it, the clear image of the single petroglyph could not be properly read, Luckily, thanks to the precise localization from topo station and orthophoto maps, during the season 2022 we could come back to problematic panels and do drawings, for example, like you see on photographs taken the year before. Yeah, so what the processing of the documentation looks like. The main form of processing is to bring out the shape of the petroglyphs from raster. Next one, please. So we manipulate with next one, and next one, and next one. With parameters of the photography to have a better view on the petroglyphs. And next one. But also we try to make to use 3D documentation and with the generation of elevation maps of the panels and their visualizations on the right, we found that there are visible petroglyphs in these little differences of height of the surface of the panel. Next one, please. Yeah. And the result, however, is always vector drawing with the representations drawn on the panel. At this stage, the chronology of the presentation is not marked on the drawing, but as you see, some petroglyphs are marked lighter, just to represent somehow that there is really strange lack of patina, probably very new. Next one, please. Yeah, the next step will be to analyze the individual petroglyphs, comparing types and differences within the separate types. As we can see, within the clearly readable categories, we can see significant differences, like the length or lack of elements of petroglyphs. Here we have category of ibex and chariots also, for example. And next one. And well, yeah, I'm speaking about multiple types, but in fact, 90 or even 95% of depictions on the site are depictions of ibex, and probably Capra sibirica, which can be still found in small numbers in this area. And representations of other animals appear in number of few or dozen on the site. So when we speak about thousands of petroglyphs, we have, for example, few representations of deer or cats. So that's really little. And certainly depictions of chariots are very important, allowing us to say that the period when site was in use extends to early Bronze Age. And on the other hand, certain ibex types also show us that those types are interpreted by the local researchers that could be dated to medieval period. And next one. Occupation. Definitely, site was being used seasonally, because during the winter it's completely impossible to be there. There are meters of snow on the site. And yeah, in the summer, on the other hand, the quality of grass and flowing streams tempt shepherds to travel sometimes even hundreds of kilometers to come there and come there with their herds. And as they say themselves, it is only there where the sheep get their tastiest fat. So we know that in this large concentration of rock art has been supplemented with new rock art petroglyphs over a long period of time, since Bronze Age through Iron Age till medieval times and probably even modern times. And the beginning of its functioning coincides with development of pastoral traditions, intense development of pastoral traditions in Bronze Age. So perhaps, or maybe it was the simple value of being able to raise very efficient gear. And people were attracted by this place for several thousand years with this great potential for grazing. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now the last presentation online by Michał Przeździecki, Irena Kalantarian. I hope that I got a mistake. And Marcin Białowarczyk about the prehistoric cave settlements in northern Armenia. So I ask for that also.
Okay, can you share your presentation?
Yes. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, I will try to share the screen, but I use this kind of program for the first time, so I don't.
Okay, we can help you.
Dobra, prawy górny ruch ekranu, tam jest przycisk udostępnij. Udało się, dobra. I teraz udostępniasz cały ekran. A chcemy, żebyś udostępniał prezentację, więc... Nie widzę sam ten ekran, co mnie trochę martwi, bo nie wiem, na jakim etapie jestem. Teraz mam dobra już. I teraz jest ok. I już jest ok. Dobrze. Ok, so shall we start here? Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the beginning, we would like to thank the organizers of this conference for the invitation. It's a pleasure for us to be here today. We'd like to present an important archaeological site of Ketahavik too. This is the cave settlement in Armenia, which has proven the record of human occupation from the Paleolithic Middle Ages, making important the historic site of the region of South Caucasia, because the general problem with the knowledge about the prehistory of the region is still incomplete, so any new information about this prehistory are very valuable. The big site is important in two reasons. The first, it is the best known Chalcolithic occupation, places of occupation in the region of Kabush, and also the first example of cave sheepfold in the South Caucasus in the 6th to 4th millennia BC. The archaeological site of Ketahavik too is located in northeastern end of contemporary village of Ketahavik, in the small valley formed by the tributary of the ARCHAEOLOGY River at an elevation of nearly 1,000 meters above the sea level. In the eastern part of Armenia, as you can see on the map. Short story about the excavation, because it is not a new site, it is excavated for more than 1 decade. The first excavation started in 2011. The cave was discovered during the summer by a joint Armenian-French expedition, which took place between 2011 and 2017 in the frame of the general project Mission Caucasus. And since 2018, it has been investigated by Armenian colleagues from National Academy of Science and Technical from the Institute for Archaeology and Ethnography. And since 2021, expedition continues as a part of newly established Armenian-Polish research cooperation between Institute for Archaeology and Ethnography, National Academy of Science of Romania, and the Faculty of Archaeology, University of Warsaw. And all those works were directed by our Armenian colleague Elena Kalantarian, who is today with us online. The cave is small, but it consists of a house. This one is visible here. It has about 64 square meters, and the second floor, the smaller one, is inside, and it is adjoined by the narrow passageway between them. And until now, the site with 6 levels starts from the Middle Ages to the Upper Paleolithic, which are confirmed by the series of replica dates. Some samples are still in laboratory analysis, so we expect more detailed data in the close future. The replica dates show the presence of 5 different horizons start from multiple periods dated to 11th and 13th centuries. And then a few Chalcolithic horizons dated between 5,200 until 4,300 BC, including very unique in the region layers of early Chalcolithic and late Neolithic. And finally, we have also the Upper Paleolithic period of occupation, which, as we can see, has the dates of about 22,000 BC. The view of eastern and southern section of the slide show the mentioned numbers of thin stratigraphic units. What is interesting, the views are continued without any break, which shows the regular use of the curve as a cap for a long period of time. And there is one exception, here on the south section. It is bordered with the Nordic and Paleolithic, separated by 2 sterile geological sediments from the transition between Pleistocene and Pliocene. Once again, looking here, and here we are the layers connected with Chalcolithic and Paleolithic, are connected with medieval periods, and here there are upper Paleolithic. Okay, now I'm going to present the most interesting materials comes from Chalcolithic periods, and starts from the pottery. Pottery sheds found on the site came from the Chalcolithic layers only. The Neolithic, the late Neolithic is lack of pottery. And we start from the collection presented on the right. The collection spots from the site include typical from the Middle period, and now also according to the latest excavation that are early phases of Chalcolithic as well. And mostly brownish grayish, perhaps include fragments of biomineral. The layer is grid or chaff tempered, and with medium or small vessels to yield. Morphologically, the relatively large vessels are mostly barrel shaped or cylindrical with flat base. This one on the right is a little different from 2 main layers. There were finds of a total of 27 shells. One that are partially completed, and 3 more that we can detect by the remarks of two bases and 1 fragments. The progress of one vessel with a vertical handle are seen in the other slides, like the side of Mendes. And technologically, by the similarity of the climatrics and analogy for the second part comes from Tegut, another technological site. There are 2 bases of the same shape with problems contributing with various stressed fields. This type of base is typical for any interventions connected with calculated activity, conversely those from the other sides from Georgia. What is the general problem with this material? It is important to stress that the data we have on any calculated region pottery is very limited in the region, and until now there has not been a single site that can give a complete picture of this kind of pottery, and it is the general problem of finding analogies in the region. As I mentioned at the beginning, there is a lot of gaps in this topic. Calcolitic assemblage are represented also by a huge number of obsidian artifacts. They are not local, the outcrops of obsidians are located a few days of footwalking from the site. This assemblage has been ability folks, although sometimes macrolithic specimens also appear. The indirect technique predominates, however, the extreme regularity and features of the proximal parts of some plates confirmed the use of pressure technique as well. The main category consists of plates with rotation of black on both edges, the presence of detached products like unattached plates, chips, crescent blades, and occasionally those suggest the ad hoc production of blacks. Let's see the calcolitic layers. This is one of the stratigraphic unit 60 corresponds excavated in 2014 when supporting the plates that come from the structure. It is some kind of fireplace shows the transition period from the late Neolithic to the early Paleolithic. The traces of the destruction and strong firewood were connected, especially in the southeastern squares of the trench. One of the most interesting structures is a big fireplace. Just a minute. One of the most interesting structures is this big fireplace, which marked as 2026. Covered with smooth stones. Bluish green soil samples were also found here, and their composition was investigated at the Institute of Geology, and preliminary studies have shown that this color is due to the presence of chrysocolla, and the impression is created that hydrated copper silicates were absorbed into certain cracks during rocks. Perhaps it is an effect of the first attempts to melt and extract copper from natural rocks, but of course it needs more analysis. And after purification layer was 65 contained another two cards developing traces of activity, and they were mostly obsidian flakes and chunks and small long pieces. The next one presented here, also Olympic one, it was 67. It was presented by the simple fireplace structure of 235 consisting 3 stones. There were a few long pieces and obsidian pieces around. The next one here showed late Neolithic post in late Neolithic period, so far unknown in Armenia. The next exhibition layers, which still has no dates, is still waiting for the results that I told you at the beginning. Some of them are still in the problem analysis. We implement them stratigraphically, probably the late morning incubation, but we have to wait for the explanation. Here you can see we can observe some intensive activities from this period. Intensive activities, it is interesting that this kind of fireplace had a light post very close. The next Neolithic occupation contained traces of troglodytes. On the side there is a photo of the remnants of some structure that consists plain of troglodytes. You can see here it is very well presented. It was a direct find out of the visit of pastoralists on the site. The next was a relatively active flyer. It was 74, but it was placed in the southern part of the Grace Hall. And 2 phases of the occupation with very well-built fireplace structure, 252, and post halls outside. Here you can see the post halls. The red nose. Here is another picture. The red notes on the side are showing the places of obsidian cores found inside and very close to the structure, indicating intensive activity. And finally, the last 2 seasons of excavation was concentrated in the southwestern part of the squares here. Located very close to the deep soundings, where the anthropologtic layer was discovered. The deep soundings is in this part of the site, so you can see it is very close. The stratigraphic position of this layer is still unclear. It provided some traces of usage layering of new structures and diagnostic materials, but we suspect that it can be related to the beginning of the upper Paleolithic occupation, but without the Italian datings, we are not able to confirm this theory. The dates, we still waiting for the dates from the Poznan laboratory. More clear situation is in the deep test soundings, which was first made in 2014 by the Armenian French team, and reached the top of Upper Paleolithic horizon dated to the end of last glacial maximum. This is this one we can see here. And the trench, and this is again the stratigraphical position of this layer. It is here, it is continued on the other one. Exploration of this horizon continued again since the season of 2021. The deep sounding is located in the southwestern part of the cave. and other monolithic horizon light directly if below stellar horizon. Sorry, I was here, here, which contained the locus limitation only, probably to be an effect of the refraction during the cold period. However, more higher here is another stellar horizon. It is a compact whitish layer of fluvial sediment about 1 meter deep, characteristic for the warm and wet climate. Both of them are completely lack of any archaeological material. And upper colloidal layer is very thin, and it is compacted wet brown clay about 3 centimeters thick in the northern part of exposed area, stretched over the strongly eroded red rocks, which is probably the bedrock of the area of exploration is too small to confirm this for sure. What is the most interesting is the structure 247. It was peak located in the central part of the explored area, and as you can see, it was sunk directly into the occupation, upper Paleolithic occupation layer. It is irregular pear-shaped peak elongated along the northeastern and southwestern line, and not very deep, about 18 centimeters, and it has 70 centimeters long and about 45 centimeters wide. The pit contained loose grain soil with a mixture of small pebbles, fragments of burnt animal bones and charcoal. And of particular interest are 3 clay lumps with traces of burning lying in the center of the field, as well as 4 lumps of some kind of limestone mass placed along the edge of the pit. And the fire-related character of the field, particularly the presence of ash, charcoals, and burning clay, indicates that this structure was probably the height or single-use cubic or latent beads. However, confirmation of this kind of fractional structure required more specialized analysis in the future. And what is especially interesting are the bones. Numerous intrusions, heavily fragmented of animal bones, has been found in this layer. Generally speaking, the bones are very well preserved in the state of thin splinters, usually not exceeding 1 centimeters. But there is only one exception you can see here. It's a most clear point, about 6.5 centimeters long, made a fragment of the long bone of some unidentified mammal. And it is slightly asymmetrical in shape, with arch cross-section and 3 parallel cut marks in the lower part, and some minor cutting marks on the surface, which seems to have taxonomic origin. The groups of obsidian tools were discovered first by a major French team at the end of season 2014. This mythic assemblage contained 1 core of 28 bladderets and microrepeats. Continuation of excavation in this part of the site in 2021 and 2022 provided more detailed information. First were made of obsidian. Word in this political artifact is their extremely microlithic size. The second attribute is direct percussion. grommets and micro-grommets to repetitive pieces, retouched blades and one-end scraper. Although the collection is not numerous, it provides important information about activities related to the use of obsidian on the site. The presence of petty ash and debris proves that semi-product of tool production were produced on the site. However, this process was not intensive and it was an ad nature. This is indicated by the small number of waste products and just a single core. In addition, the type, morphology, and very small size of the flakes suggest that they were associated with advanced stage of core reduction. This means that the preparation of the cores took place either outside or in another part of the cave. Analysis of the cores and difficulty indicate that the objects of the reduction process were monolithic, slender, and regular like the rest, with strike or slightly bent profile. By separate dodging, they were converted into back pieces, truncated wavelets, or micro-grommets. These drawings show retouched and unretouched pieces like flanges, blades, and bladelets. Among them, microlithic forms predominate, including muscle back bladelets, which should be associated with elements of hunting weapons. Tools related to work in the camp are very rare in this assemblage. Just to map, current archaeological data indicate a short-term usage of the cave by Upper Paleolithic hunters and extends the extremely short list of Upper Paleolithic traces from Armenia. So far, only few undisputed, well-documented late Upper Paleolithic sites have been known from this area. They are Agito 3 cave and in the south and Kalawan 1 in the north of the Kalawan 3. Megalithic occupation is presenting the late phase of Upper Paleolithic period and covering the gap of an unknown period between these two sites. The second important discovery is regular but temporary use of the caves by the late Neolithic and Chalcolithic population used for habitation and economic activities. And another solved question is the lack of local Neolithic and Chalcolithic settlements in the close proximity of the caves, and it led to suggest some hypotheses assumed that the development of transhumance model of subsistence among Neolithic and Chalcolithic populations of northern Armenia, with human groups traveling seasonally between valleys and the mountains. The permanent settlements were probably located mainly in the wide valleys and bigger rivers on the borderland of today's Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. And they were inhabited throughout the year, while the mountain regions along mountain areas were frequented during seasonal expeditions connected with herding, hunting, and gathering. Up there, I would like to mention that the excavation is supported by Ijuvan Line and Branded Factory. We would like to thank them for support and thank you for attention.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. It was the last presentation in this session. So, ask the question, please. I propose to ask the question of the presentation. So, first, the Patrick, please ask the question. Or the sub-question.
Patrick, related to the frame of the chronology of your sites. Some of them produce exact data, but very few can forward. And the lower Paleolithic is well known. So could you determine more or less your expectation? What times ahead. It's serious. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I think the thing is that it's very difficult to intensively survey these kinds of areas, as Michal will attest. And also with the thickness of Lurs there in Tajikistan, there's this location of all of those major sites along big rivers, and that's just because the big rivers cut into the Lurs. So what we're getting really is just tiny slices of what's probably continuous paleoscapes that are just buried very deeply. And also the Lurs is the reason that those absolute dates exist in most of the cases. I mean, there's one site, Koshkogan Shoktas, which is a spring site with travertines, but most of them are coming out of the Lurs, and that's dated because actually the Chinese have done phenomenal work dating their Lurs sections, and so they correlate across the absolute dates from those. I think the time frame could be much, much earlier, simply because there are much, much earlier dates coming elsewhere in Asia now. And looking at those conditions, I don't really see why it couldn't be a important route through to, between East Asia and West Asia. Part of what started me looking at that actually was when I was a master's student. I was in a seminar. And one of my peers there, she was a Chinese student who was studying the Neolithic, and we were looking at this kind of southern dispersal route via India and things like that for the Paleolithic, the earliest Paleolithic. And she said, well, that seems strange to me because at least in Chinese archaeology, we were seeing very early innovations potentially coming through the northern route. That is, I mean, it's a known route of movement in that way. So I think there's just a lot of factors. It's all circumstantial. This is the thing. It's all circumstantial. But until we're systematically surveying that region, I don't know how we're going to push those dates back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there some more questions to Patrick? If not, I would like to ask you for some questions to Maxa Nayanfi, please. Maxa, can you hear us? I don't know. Yes, we can hear you. So, question, please, to Masha Nayanfi. Yes, please.
Jeszcze tylko mikrofon.
I have a question rather technical because you were presenting research in the ground, and I was interested. How does it work, really? I mean, if you have to, I don't know how to say it, like have some additional special person to do bones, or is it totally normal to make excavations, of course, with the digging bones, you know, like technical stuff? Thank you.
So, Masha, could you answer this question?
Maybe we can write down the question on the chat. Can you come here? We'll write. So maybe we'll get the answer in the same way. Okay? Meantime, we can ask other questions.
So maybe some other
Kasiu, odpal czat. O.
Oh, great.
If you will be ready, could you just write down the answer? We will read it later.
So there's some technical problem. So maybe some questions to other presenters, to Łukasz Oleszczuk, presentation by Oleszczak, sorry. And there's some questions or discussions to Łukasz? The problematic of
Sorry, I'm connected with my phone. I cannot speak.
The chat is in the upper part of your screen, on the left. But now, that was like you have to switch.
so in Victor, you can make some questions. Discussion. We have some questions. Or maybe to the other presenters.
There are also no other questions in the chat. Just this one.
There's some questions to Michał Lero.
Are you looking at spatial modeling of the locations of the rock art? And especially I'm thinking the themes within the rock art.
Not yet. I see regularities. When I see patterns from bronzes, for example, that they were put in specific places. It would be for sure maybe engaged like that.
Some other questions?
Also to Michal, you mentioned dark patina on rock outcrops. Do you have any opinion about origin? Is it something like warmish desert? And another question, did you find tools for making petroglyphs?
I will answer the second question first. We did 2 trenches next to the funnels and we found nothing. Probably erosion is too strong there and there's no sediment. A bit of less only, so there's nothing on the funnels and we didn't find any tools. And first question?
Dark patina, they're called dark patina.
This is something different in the varnish, but I read that the good condition for growing this patina is there are places with a lot of water and sun. So I see on some panels even. If there is water going on the only part of the panel, there is more patina today. And on this petroglyphs of the same type, on the other side, when there is less water, there is less patina.
Okay, some other question, please. So I have a question to Michał. So in some panel I have seen that some depictions cover on other depictions is some stratigraphy. Is possible to recognize how long was used one panel? Is quite short period of time or very long or several periods? Is possible to recognize this?
Yeah, there are not very many examples of panels where I can see the stratigraphy. I see rather that people who are doing this petroglyphs, they are trying to not cover other petroglyphs. This is their role, I see. There are some panels with stratigraphy, and there are sometimes there are very big panels on which I can see petroglyphs on every period, basically, from Bronze Age till modern times. But there is not a lot of stratigraphy on this side. They were avoiding overlapping.
Thank you.
We have an answer.
Oh, Marcel, answer the question, please.
Czy może przeczytaj?
Maybe I will read. It depends to the period. You are not allowed to work in recent cemeteries, special Muslims, graveyards, and for excavations we don't need a religious person for handling the work. If you need more explanation, please let me know. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
So, and the last presentation, question to the last, to the Michał, please ask some questions to Michał Przyździecki. Do you have some questions? So, I have a question. Show the obsidian you show. From what sources come this obsidian? This Anatolian obsidian? From nearest sources or from? This is possible to recognize. Do you have some analysis? Oh, so I would like to ask you about the obsidian, about the sources of obsidian. Is it possible to recognize sources where this obsidian come from? Is Anatolian obsidian the sources?
Generally recognize the kind of obsidian is very difficult for us. Especially using macroscopic, but aside we have two types of obsidian which we recognize only look at the differences between this color. Then also we have red obsidian and brown. Generally, all Armenia is covered by obsidian, so we have to wait for the physical chemical analysis of the obsidian. So now we only use microscopic tools, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you. Do you have some more questions? So, if not, thank you very much, and it's lunchtime, I think, but I don't know how long.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for all participants for this session.
short lunch break. It will be 1 hour, I think until 3:40, okay? Because we have a lot of, we are delayed because of the technical problems from the morning, so we were very sorry, but we have a lot of presentations for the third and fourth sessions, so it will be just 1 hour. And then after all presentations, after the end of the first day, we will have a supper banquet in the Jastrzębia at about 7 p.m. So, see you at 3:40 here, okay? If it will be possible, it will be fantastic. Today, you can also visit for free the museum, the main building of the museum. All the exhibitions are.
Nie, ale nie na żywo, w sensie tylko
jak była ta dziewczyna?
Przełączyłaś komputer na swoją spełniłaś tego, a teraz sprawdzaliśmy na tamtym. I w tym było po prostu nieprzełączony w Teamsach był. Bo się nie powoli z tego. Ale przez HDMI do systemu.
Ale was ja
To może być zablokowane, że trzeba się przejść przez wszystko. I pewnie kwestie techniczne nie przeskoczy. Ale to nie całkiem sprawnie.
ile rzeczy zaczyna działać?
Jest zalogowana na Teamsie?
Na Teamsie nie, natomiast na YouTube było w jeden sposób to wygląda. Tak różno. Bywały konferencje, gdzie było więcej, ale 15 minut to taki temat jest trochę bardziej niszowy niż jak słyszałem taką ceramikę to pierwsze, a było więcej. Tak w sposób jest cały czas.
Super, ale tutaj jest tyle uczestników, to jest teraz mamy 40 osób. I bardzo szkoda, że nie ma. Tutaj tutaj są stoły tak naprawdę i można tylko znieść
Zresztą łatwiej znieść cały skór. Nie trzeba się do windy znieść. Ale to nie ma dużo rzeczy do noszenia.
jeśli chodzi o ciasteczka, to nie.
A do której jest ta przeszła? Do 15?
15:40.
I co jest obietowe?
Tak. Znaczy taka, a tutaj to Zakopane, to wszędzie można jest dostać jedzenie do sekund. Jeśli też tak. Nie wiem, czy tam coś mówić. Zamysł. Jestem nieprzytomna, nieprzygotowana.
Jestem bardzo nieprzygotowany.
For coffee and so on. Now we are starting the next session.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, hello for everyone. And it's my honor to share this session focusing on mountains in Europe, or European mountains. And we have 3 papers this session. First paper will be presented by Professor Antonin Przybystaw from the Institute of Geological Sciences, Masaryk University, Brno, from Czech Republic. So,
Thank you to introduce me. Ladies and gentlemen.
Can you use microphone? Can you use it, please? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, in my presentation, I should like to explain you the 2 mountain regions in Europe, which yielded principal raw materials for Neolithic Polish tools. I should like to underline principal raw materials because distribution nets of these raw materials covered in the Neolithic practically whole Western and Central Europe. The first region lies in the Czech Republic, in northern Bohemia, Jizerské Hory Mountains. It is the upper photo. It shows view towards north, and here is Černá Studnice Ridge, where we found traces after prehistoric mining of metabasalts. Metabasalts are metamorphic rocks, originally basaltic rocks or the tuffs.
if you would like to use pointer.
Thank you.
If you can change this.
Yeah, okay. Metabasite are metamorphic rocks, originally basalts or the tuffs. And the second mountain region, it is massive of Montenegro. It is the highest mountain in Cotinian Alps in Italy, with more than 3,100 meters. Here were mined ophiolites. It's a group of high pressure rocks, again metamorphic rocks. Generally they are called alpine jade, but correct petrographical names are jadeitite, omphacetite, and eclogite. Just to remember location of Uzyskała Mountains, they are situated at the border between Czech Republic and Poland, and the black arrow shows the Czerwca ridge, where amphibole rich metabazite were quarried or mined during Neolithic and probably also later. Next one, please. So I have to say that it was a long story when we were looking for the source of prevalent raw material used in Central Europe in the Neolithic. My older colleagues, studied already in the 70s of the last century raw materials of Polish tools from various Neolithic sites in Bohemia and Moravia. And surprisingly, they found rather uniform raw material spectrum with prevalent rocks, we can call them greenstones, but the correct classification using polarizing microscope and thin sections was actinolite hornblende and actinolite greensheet. And I should like to show you typical macroscopic appearance. The fresh cutting is black, green-black, but patinated surface is characteristic by very thin bands of dark green color. It is caused by concentration of amphibole. So that is why the rock has very good properties which are similar to nephrite. Next one, please. Another piece of Schulast S or Schulast cell from Central Moravia. You can see typical bending, very thin bands which are composed from accumulations of amphiboles. Next one. So, already in the last century, we knew that the distribution of this amphibole-rich metabazite, how now we call this raw material, formerly actinolite and green schist, is absolutely prevalent at all important Neolithic sites in Bohemia and Moravia. For example, famous Bilany near Kutná. You can see 98% is made from this raw material. Bedrovice, again famous burial site and settlement of the culture within our pottery. Again, 96%, and we are about 250 kilometers far from the natural source. Central Bohemia. It was studied by my colleagues from National Museum in Prague, about 50 pieces of polished tools. More than 90% is made from amphibole-rich metabazite. Back, please. Yes, and the last, but there are more and more localities. Cieszytica near Znojmo. It is locality with prevalent Moravian painted there, so it is part of Lendiel cultural complex for the stage, and again about 78% is polished tools is made from amphibole origin metabasites from Izerské hory. So in 1982, very important impulse came from Germany, where more than 2,000 Polish tools were studied in the area north of Harz, around Braunschweig, by archaeologist Gesine Schwarz-Mackensen and geologist Professor Bernd Schneider. And they ascertained again, prevalent raw material is the same as was used in Moravia and Bohemia. They came to Brno in 1982, and we tried to find the source in two, at that time, predicted area. Jesenníky Rychlevské hory, it was one predicted area, and Sázava area in central Bohemia. Unfortunately, we were not successful. So then both German scientists published article that the source of our and also artifact from Germany is maybe in West Carpathian or even in Balkan. Now we know that it is not true. Next one. So, very important article was published by Slavomir Lenčel, archaeologist from Prague. He studied the distribution of Polish tool hoards in Bohemia, and he found a conspicuous concentration in east or northeast Bohemia. Some of them weighing more than 100 kilos. And we could say, from geological point of view, that the source couldn't be in the west or in the east, because there are Cretaceous sediment, and they couldn't be in the south because there are very high metamorphosed rocks. You can see two pictures of these hoards, which were found in eastern Bohemia, including semi-finished artifacts. Next one. So in 2002, we were successful, and independently two groups of people found and published two prehistoric mining places for thermally metamorphosed metabasites in the Izerské hory. It was Jistevsko, it was a village near Jablonec. It was published by Shrine and his colleagues, and at the same time I found another mining place at Velké Hamry near Tanval. Just very shortly, the rocks underwent a very complicated geological history. Originally, there were basalts of Ordovician silver age from the ocean floor, but the most important was the last metamorphosis, thermal metamorphosis, at the contact with Krkonoše jezera granitic Pluton. It was in Upper Carboniferous about 320 million years ago. And now we prefer to classify the rocks as amphibolic metabasites of the Izerské hory type or from the Izerské hory. Why? Because composition of feldspar doesn't correspond to the definition of green schist. Next one, please. So it is a detailed map of geological structure. This is large granitic Pluton, partly in our territory, partly in territory of Poland. And here is its contact with mantle built by phyllites and intercalation of metabasite. And here is the mining place Jistevsko. Here is mining place Velké Hamry. Next one. So
I found first haunted rocks in the river Kamenice, which flows across the geological units, and the prevalent raw material here, rocks here, are big boulders of granite, because we are just at the contact with the granites. But you can see also big pieces of I know. Then this is valley of the Kamenice River. This is Velké Hamry, a village or small town, and the white arrow shows places with relics after prehistoric quarrying or mining of metabasite. It is about 570, 590 meters above sea level. Next one. Just places of mining. You can find here raw material, pieces of raw material, semi-finished artifacts, and some blocks of phyllite. They are also tracing after polishing. Next one. No, you can see because there is a young forest, it is very difficult to do here archaeological excavation, but these flat pits, large, about diameter 12-15 meters, are relics after mining. Next one. And please know this thick patina. It is a semi-finished artifact of Shula cell. And what is very unbelievable, our ancestors chipped the rock to prepare semi-finished material like flint, because you can find nice bulbous on chips and so on. Next one. So, recent knowledge about distribution of the inhibitory metabasites in Central Europe. So, we know that hundreds of Neolithic polish tools described by Schwarzmann and Schneider from the Foreland of Harz Mountains in Germany are made of the Muzeum metabasites. Together with Professor Trnka from Vienna University, we informed about Muzeum metabasite tools at some linear sites in Lower Austria. Rita Raminger from Frankfurt informed about earth artifacts connected with Bankeramid in Hessen. Anne-Maria Christensen published regional distribution of this raw material in Central and Southern Germany. A colleague from Hungary described Neolithic Polish artifacts in the so-called Evenhof collection, which is National Museum in Budapest, and it was collected in northeastern and central Hungary. Surprisingly, high percentage, 68% according to these authors, is made from Muzeum metabasite. Bernardini and his colleagues found a few artifacts from the Muzeum metabasite around Test in northern Italy. And what about Poland? Kristek and colleagues introduced Neolithic Polish tools from Poland, and me, together with Bratislava, described tools made of this metabasite from Czech and Polish Upper Silesia. So it is showing distribution of this important raw material from Muzeum. It's a diameter about 500 kilometers, and it is probably much more, because now I have Shula cell from Odessa, and it's probably made from the metabasite. This one, please. So let's go to the Yeah, let's go to the second source in area of Monteviso, so-called alpine shades. So in Western Europe, alpine shades, as I said, a group of high-pressure metamorphic rocks, jadeite, phosphacite, epiclogite, represented very important raw material between the middle of the 6 millennium BC and the 7 millennium BC. The rocks were exploited on slopes of the highest mountain of the Cotinian Alps, Monteviso, at the altitude between 1,700 and 2,400 above sea level. C14 dates confirm the exploitation between 5,300 and 4,000 BC. And geodexes were distributed over much of Europe at distances up to 1,800 kilometers as the crow flies. Another source in form of pebbles lies in Oligocene conglomerates west of Genova. So, location of Monteviso, just at the border with France, and the location of the mountain Beigua, secondary source, pebbles from the Oligocene conglomerate west of Genova. Next one, please. Monteviso, the exploitation area are somewhere here. Next one, please. But I have to say that fast, good pieces of raw material can be found in gravels of the most important river of Italy, Po River. We are just looking for such pieces. Next one. This is used towards mining places which are shown by red arrows. Next one. But we visited for this mining places in August, and in places we have to cross rallies of film, so for a long time there are lakes of snow in the area. Now when is the weather wet, this is Trika, and we are just going to the place of mining. Next one. Under such shelter, there are usually workshops which is covered by thousands and thousands of chips after preparation of semi-finished artifact. Next one. Yeah, this is view to shelter. It is very interesting from this point of view that the area was mapped by Italian geologists, but they believe that these chips are of natural origin. They are not able to recognize artificial chips with bulbs from cracks which are caused by frost. Next one. Another shelter which colleagues from France called Abri de Jadeite. Again, we find some Jadeite. Next one. It is Beigua Massif, view from Genova. Next one. And pebbles of various greenstone from Oligocene conglomerate in the Beigua Massif. Next one. And it is very interesting map. It is distribution of jadeite axis, but only of big jadeite axis, longer than 30.5 centimeters. The longest have up to 44 centimeters. And you see Monteviso, Beigua Massif. The area of Central Europe is relatively clear because at the time it was covered by our metabazite from Izerské hory. In Eastern Europe, now we know that there is concentration of jadeite axis in Moravia. No one was found in Bohemia, and southeastern Slovakia, northeastern Hungary. It is, and practically all are connected with all the stage of Lendian culture. Next one. And to see what is the appearance of our J-axis, it is the biggest J-data except in eastern Central area, from Bystročice near Olomouc, Central Moravia. It is dark variety of jade. In fact, from petrographical point of view, it is confacite. Next one. And it is typical appearance of jadeite. Next from Ostrava Zábřeh, length is about 11 centimeters. Typical jadeite. Next one. So, and my conclusions. Distribution areas of both principal raw materials for polished intermediate and neolithic are substantially larger, comparing distribution of various silicial rock for chip categories. On the one hand, Neolithic farmers settled usually lowlands with high quality soils originated on glass. On the other hand, it is evident they did systematic survey of mountain regions looking for stone raw materials. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite Dr. Jan Kora from the Department of Archaeology and the University of Krakow, also from Czech Republic. And I was informed by the organizers that the discussion is moved to the end of the session. Actually, it will be there will be two sessions here, Europe and Americas. So mountains in Europe and mountains in Americas, and the discussion will be after the second session.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. I will just shortly present almost non-existing archaeology of one Czech mountains. It's the mountains of Krkonoše, which are located in the border of Czechia and Poland. And I'm talking about this because I'm from the University of Zakopanem, and now we started cooperation with historians and archaeologists who are in the administration of the Krkonoše National Park, and they would like to do some better archaeological research than in the past. And we would also like to cooperate with the colleagues from the Polish side, so this is just a small introduction to the Krkonoše mountains. This picture also represents the most interesting thing about the Krkonoše, because they have the alpine stage of the vegetation, but they are really small. It's only about 40 times 20 kilometers, and that's it. So no Alpine, no Carpathians, and so on. And you can see also the huge gradient of conditions from the Piedmont forests through steep slopes to the plateau, which is in the highest part of the mountains. So here you can see the map, and this is the Polish side, this is the Czech side. You can see several main ridges, and in this part around Śnieżka, which is the highest Czech mountain, and then the western part there are these high plateaus. And so shortly about the development, we basically know almost nothing about prehistory or proto-history in these mountains, and the main information and the main impact, human impact started in the 1300s and 1400s. It was connected to the mining, and then because of the mines in Kutná Hora, which is in the central Bohemia, around 100 kilometers from here, they needed the wood for the mines and smelting and so on. So they started also the forest clearance in the Krkonoše mountains because of Kutná. So in the 1300s they started mining, and in the post-1500s there started the huge deforestation. They also invited developers from the Tyrol region, so it was really big impact. And this also meant the main wave of colonization, because these lumbers just deforested the region, but they didn't want to reforest it again, but they just start to build their homes and pastures and so on. So this is just an illustration of the mining. You can see the charcoal production, you can see some mines, which are usually basically everywhere in the mountains. Here is the highest Mount Śnieżka, which is also mined heavily. Some of the mines were productive until the 20th century, but today no mining is performed in the mountains. And this is the product of the colonization. It's called Bodenwirtschaft in the context of Krkonoše mountains, and it's something like Zenwirtschaft in Alps and so on. Basically, the subsistence was based on livestock and mainly hay production, accompanied by milk and dairy production. And the grassland management was really interesting because it was intensive. Even in the highest parts of the mountain, there were not only some grassland meadows, but they also manured these areas intensively. So one of the questions of the research is, for example, there is nice nature, which is under the nature conservation. Now there is a national park, but the question is, what part of this natural phenomena are really natural and what part is basically just the result of human activities. Okay, so the research of Krkonoše is based mainly on geology and geomorphology, accompanied by botany or paleobotany. For example, this is a nice example of the geological and geomorphological research, because this is the natural outcrop. This is natural outcrop, but this is agrarian activity. These are the stones which people took from the place where they produced the grass and concentrated them somewhere. So this is the result of geomorphological research, which is really intensive in Krkonoše. Then some people who are focused mainly on geology and mineralogy are doing the research of mining, but the archaeological aspect is basically the secondary to their interests. And the archaeology in the Krkonoše, there was some research, but it was only small, rather erratic, and in the last decades it's focused on the rescue excavations. So this is an example of the rescue excavations from the Zakopanem, which is the town in the Piedmont area, and that's it. So in the last decades, there are some excavations in the higher parts of the mountains. I will show you two examples. One is really the highest parts, where is the flat plateau. In the 70s, they did some digging and documentation of one of these huts, but this is basically all we have. It was published only in local, regional journals in Czech language, and this is the only documentation from the excavation. So it was archaeological excavation with excavation. So. Then in 1981, there was probably the biggest excavation of this time in the Krkonoše mountains. It's in the central part of the range, and it was focused on one of these huts. The excavation was done by the Museum of Eastern Bohemia, and it included also, for example, the metal detector, which was not usually used in this time. So they did the excavation of one of the huts. Here is the floor plan with milk production part, with stables, with the living area, kitchen, and the manuring place. So these are some photographs from it, just for you to see how it looked like. So basically, this is the most excavated and the best documented excavation in all the mountains. Also some findings. Okay, so we would like to do some research in the mountains, and these are the main topics we would like to focus. For example, the oldest phases of activities, because in some cases, for example, from paleobotany, we have indications that the human activities were older than we have from the written sources or from the state-of-the-art now what we know. So we would like to know where exactly people went to the mountains. Then we would like to date the mining activities. Because we know that they started somewhere in the 1300s, but that's basically all. And we would like to focus on the golden landscape because it's really interesting way of finding the best subsistence strategies in this part of our country. And I will show you also one of our research projects, what we would like to do in this and the next season. So basically, there were some sites which were in the estates of Count Harrach, and it was in the 18th century, and he knew some other count, his name was Schwartz, and he has his estates in the lowland around La River, and there he did some economic experiments. So he really put boost in his estates and economy, and he made a lot of money on it. And he told this to Count Harrach, and Count Harrach wanted to do it also in his mountainous estates. So they what was their idea? That they will build these churches with huge huts, not the small ones, but huge, every hut for the 50 cows. They would also locate new villages around these huts, and the villages with chapels and churches. They also wanted to, for example, do intensive plant agriculture in the highest parts because the soil there is sometimes black because of the peat and so on. But they didn't know it, and they just thought it's black, so it's Chernozem, so it should be really good for agriculture. So the plan was to produce wheat there, and so on. Of course, all economic plans were into rubbish because it didn't work. But we would like to study it because we have these huts in the pre-plan stages, then in the era when the plan was put into working, and then after it was completely abandoned. We have also good written sources and map sources and so on. It's, for example, this is nice map where you can see the older version before these plans. Then here they built this big hut for 50 cows, and you can see also some of the fields which were intensively manured. We would like to also study these areas. For example, you can see here the meadow which was manured directly from the cows' manure from the buildings. So we think that the Capricious is a potential. One of its interesting aspects is that it's really small scale. So it's high mountains, at least from our Czech point of view. But it's really small. If you would have the ball, you could throw it over the mountains. It's really small. And but it has all these stages up to Alpine. So it's really interesting, for example, how these economic strategies work in this, because if they would have some problems, they could shift back to the lowland. So we would like to study this. There is strong human impact, as I told you. They manured even the highest parts of the mountains. So there is really a question: how much is it just the product of human activity? And it has some interesting transregional aspects, like those wanderers from Tyrol. Okay, so I would like to thank you for your attention and just tell you if you would be interested in Krkonoše or know, for example, some Polish colleagues who would like to do some research in Krkonoše, we would really like to cooperate with them. Or if you would have some ideas how to give us some inspiration, just tell us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, especially thanks for keeping the time perfectly. So, once again, thank you for the presentation. Just a small change of plans, and it will be the discussion after the session Mountains of Europe. So sorry for the confusion. And after the next talk, and the next talk will be presented by Julia Kościuk-Załupka, and the paper will be focused on the, of course, ochra mining. So thank you. And, the content of the slide changes.
Good afternoon. Today I'm going to talk slightly about part of my PhD that was lately eventually defended, and I'm going to focus mostly on the problems that I was facing during writing and during looking for some ideas how to pursue some methods and check the possibilities of analyzing. Of course, I would be showing also some archaeological instances, mostly from the Carpathian Basin. So let's start with the major points that I'm going to shortly discuss. So when talking about ochre, we need to think about the definition that is quite difficult to find in archaeological texts, because everybody is writing their own definitions depending on the topic that they are going to discuss in their paper, which is, for example, if somebody is interested in symbolism, in rituals, then ochre would be only connected to magic, to color symbolism, etc. So we need to have it in mind that definition is not that simple in this case. Next is, in my opinion, is the really deep need of a new approach to the provenance studies, and I will be talking about it also later, but I think that in archaeology we are not so much focusing on the outcrops and sources from which people were using their raw materials, which is actually very interesting and important when we are talking about the social dynamism and the possibilities of contacts between social groups, or just the knowledge of those people of the surrounding in which they were living. And next is also the problem connected to the choosing of methods, actually, because there are a lot of them, and most of them are working really nicely with ochre pieces. And for my studies, I had chosen scanning electron microscope, energy dispersive X-ray, backscattered electron, and additional analytical tools. I was also making some short pilot studies with Raman, but it appeared really totally disastrous for ochre studies because it was not proper for analyzing of all of the samples that I have collected. And fourth point would be connected to conclusion part, and I would like to invite you later for discussion about the possibilities of creating a starting point for such studies, but not only for ochre, but for major archaeological raw materials as well. So let's start with the definition. As I said, it's not that simple, especially that when we think about ochre, the word itself occurs only in archaeology, actually, because when I was working with geologists, they told me that they don't know this and what is actually ochre. So I needed to present my point of view or point of view of archaeologists in order to be understood by them, because the material is not that really homogeneous, it's not that clear. So let's start with the chemical composition. Ochre always should contain at least 3% of iron. It could be in the form of iron oxide, then it would be red as here, or it could be iron hydroxide, that would be mostly yellowish or orangish, would be also pinkish. What is important that actually people got to know some methods to change this into this, which is really simple. It needs just to be heated in an oven in a temperature over 800 degrees for around an hour, and then the yellow ochre would turn almost completely into a red one and would be quite difficult to tell apart one from another if we don't have the initial sample. What is also important, ochre is non-toxic, so it could be used also in activities that archaeologists would never have a chance to get to know, like geophagy, for example, or medical treatments. We are not able to tell about the Neolithic societies if they were eating ochre or not, because we are only finding some traces of it. So yes. We have more or less knowledge about what is ochre. Let's see what could be, how it could be found in archaeological layers. And I would be showing only the Neolithic part. So let's start with most obvious finds with ochre. Those would be traces on pottery. Those could be intentional, like decorations, or those could be occurring due to storage of ochre, like here, on the inner parts of a pot. And it would just stain the pottery and it will stay here. And of course we have different patterns of decoration of pottery. I'm not going to enter this because this is for separate presentation. But this is really common. It was occurring in many cultures, actually across the globe. So I think that it is really common for human beings to use something that they find fancy, like really pigmented parts to decorate their stuff. Next is also connected to decorating of small objects as figurines. Of course, I couldn't find any colorful picture because it is also one of the problems with studies on ochre. There is not so good documentation of it. I mean, of course, there are descriptions, but there are not so many pictures of it. I mean, the colorful ones, even though we are living in 21st century with photocameras like Cuba has. So why not use it for showing colors? But nevertheless, the colors in figurines are also quite connected to the symbolism of ochre, because they are mostly found on the area of the head of the figurines or in the pubic area, which could be connected to some kind of symbolism of rebirth, because it's the same pattern we can see in Vegas. When it comes to other part of ochre traces, it is connected to traces on tools. Again, I couldn't find a picture because they are not published. But there could be some issues connected to traces on tools. They mostly occur on crown stone tools when we talk about Carpathian Basin, and those could be left on such tools, mostly because of preparation of ochre for later use. That's first Second possibility is connected to height processing, because ochre has nice properties, preventing height from mold and making it a bit thinner and easier for further preparation of the final products. And the last idea behind traces on ground samples could be just usage of ochre as a remedy against slipping of those tools out of the grip, just to have it better in grip. And the last, for archaeology, the most important part when we talk about ochre is ochre in graves, which is also quite popular. What is important in this part is that ochre was mostly found in color red in graves, which is again probably connected somehow to the symbolics of blood, of rebirth, maybe of some kind of strength that is needed in afterward. The only exception from this area that I'm talking about that they found is from Tisa, and it was connected with a woman that was adorned with yellow lumps of ochre. And after isotope analysis, it appeared that this woman was of non-local origin, which is quite interesting in this context. Okay, so we have more or less, yes, that's the last type of ochre in context, in archaeological context. Of course, it could also appear in form of lumps. Sometimes they don't have even traces of usage, so it is hard to tell what it was really thought to be used for, or if it was used at all, or it was just stored, kept as, I don't know, something for exchange, etc. But nevertheless, still we can get some information out of it when we talk about the provenance studies. So those, for me, such loose loops in archaeological layers were the most important when I was trying to finish my PhD. So now let's talk about the general outcrops or places that were documented as such in the Carpathian Basin. As you can see, there are some, more or less, quite abundant in this area, but when we want to compare them with the archaeological material, it appears that we have less for comparison, because not all of them were described by chemical or geochemical methods, which really hinders the studies, as actually it needs additional work to get to those outcrops and check them chemically again, and I think that it's quite a problem in archaeology that we don't publish all that we got from our studies. Going further, the yellow spots are archaeological sites from this area. I'm not going to talk about them in details, but I wanted to introduce here the hypothesis that is quite interesting, and it is hypothesis of least cost path that assumes that most of the materials that are on archaeological sites would probably be brought from close surrounding in order to not lose too much energy on it, too much effort. So it should be within easy reach. It should be not so hazardous to get to. So going into mountains is quite an obstacle for getting such ochre. Next, there is also a risk of not having the proper knowledge about the outcrops. So we need to keep in mind that those people really knew where they were living and what they had around themselves and what they can use. In the light of this, I assumed that probably the yellow spots would use use the closest lying outcrop. That's just a working hypothesis that would need further analysis. Especially that if we think that ochre could have been something luxurious, then of course it could have been brought from feather or exchanged from other groups. But when it was used on the daily basis, like for pottery painting, it should probably go from the closest area. So how can we try to get to this problem? Actually, there are some ways of approaching it, and I have chosen, as I have mentioned before, some laboratory methods. Those were the easiest one, like optical microscopy. That was really nice for traces on lumps. And the later three were connected to actually one microscope, which makes it easier to use them combined. And after my studies, it appeared that backscattered electrons is not so utilitarian for ochre pieces when we have already sampled them with SEM or LDS. So I have excluded it really quickly. And when we have those, let's say, final results, of course we need to take a look at them and exclude the most outstanding ones. And from those eventually, finally ready PDS results, we can go to analytical tools. And I have decided to use the principal component analysis and cluster analysis. Those two are actually were working together really well. And I use them just to be precise and to present the results from both sides, let's say. And this is just a proposition from my side. So what I got from the laboratory methods was this type of result from the EBS and from SEM microscope. And what is quite interesting is that ochre actually shows different content of varied admixtures, let's say, that was connected to the geological background in which it appeared. So actually by searching for those outlying crystals, we can approach more appropriately the problem of ochre sourcing and matching with its natural outcrops. And as I said, I also tried to use the analytical tools, and because we are almost out of time, yes, I will just...
No, we have still 7 minutes.
Perfect. So thanks to the analytical tools, we can see further so thanks to analytical tools, we can see more similarities between the samples, but we need to keep in mind that this tool can be used not for all of the results, because it would be a bit too much to calculate. So we need to focus on the most important elements that we are going to analyze. And in my case, it was always iron that was going for analysis, and 3 other elements that were most abundant or most outlying. Like, for example, I had samples with arsenic in them, so it was something really outstanding. So what are the possible ways of development, and how can we actually solve the problem of sourcing, which would be useful not only for ochre but also for other materials? Is that, in my opinion, it would be really great if we would start paying more attention to the surrounding of the sites that we are going to excavate. If we do, for example, some small research on the area, make some mappings with help of geologists, it would really increase our knowledge and maybe help to understand those soil cities that we are talking about. And those I have also seen in those works that I was reading that unfortunately, even if there are chemical analyses, they are not published as all. They are published selectively, that's first. Second, they are not described how they were done. I mean the tools, the parameters, which is quite important when we want to be precise and compare the results in the best way as we can. So that's the sad point actually about the stuff that I was working on. But nevertheless, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I apologize, I forgot to mention that Yuka now calls herself like an independent researcher, but for a long time she was affiliated with the Institute of Archaeology at the University in Krakow, where she graduated, and last year she got also the PhD degree. Last year or 2 years? Last year. So thank you so much, and I open the discussion. Some questions or comments. Please don't hesitate and ask. We have 3 papers. Some comments? Maybe for the first topic. Questions? I encourage you because I have the next paper, so I can wait. So, okay. So maybe we'll move the discussion. There will be some interest in some questions. Maybe we will for the end of the next session. Dear colleagues, at the end came the time for American mountains. The first lecture, Professor Parouka is here about the Colorado Plateau in the area, if I don't mistake, is the four corners in the United States of America. The area investigated for several years by the team under leadership of Professor Parouka. The area now very good to everybody, almost everybody from the Western movies and adventure pictures. Today we have the opportunity to see another point of view at this territory, the scientific point of view. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Krzysztof, for the introduction, and thank you for the organizers for this conference and possibility for presenting some results of our project. As Krzysztof told a while ago, the project is conducted in southwestern part of Colorado since 2011. So it's a multi-year project focusing on settlement structure and also rock art documentation and some other issues that I would like to present. I mean the connection between the settlement, rock art and the landscape, especially plateaus or mesas, how we call these plateaus in the southwest, and mountain peaks. It's also very important and even crucial for considering the settlement of ancestral Pueblo culture, but also some historic tribes from the U.S. Southwest. So thanks also for the people, for those who stayed here for the American session. I know that it's late and coffee is just behind the door, so appreciate for you that to stay. So okay, two other co-authors of the paper. There are PhD students, my PhD students Katarzyna Ciomek and Bartosz Foryś. But the team is much bigger. But three of us who were working, we were working on the paper. Okay, so the Southwest, U.S. Southwest or North American Southwest actually is located on the several U.S. states: Utah, southern and central parts of Utah, Colorado, Arizona, Arizona, New Mexico. Touching the parts of Texas, Nevada, and California, and of course northern part of Mexico, especially Sonora and Chihuahua states. So this is like cultural and geographic term of the Southwest. And the Colorado Plateau is located roughly here, so at the four corners of the area, as Krzysztof told before. So these four states that they meet at one place. So that's we call it four corners point and four corners area. And the Colorado Plateau is located on high elevation, starting from 1,500 meters above sea level. And very close there are Rocky Mountains range, so with many peaks rising up to 3,000 and 4,000 meters above sea level. So there's like some kind of high altitudes or even high mountains very close to the located to the south. And we conduct this project within the legally protected area of Canyons of the Ancients National Monument that was created in 2000 by President Bill Clinton, and we work in two different areas. I will talk only about this area, the first one. And that's the first area, enlargement of the first area, and we are focusing, or we focused on the settlement cluster of ancestral Pueblo culture sites, mostly cliff dwellings, but not only, dated roughly to the 13th century AD, so like medieval times in European sense of term. 41 sites with well-preserved architecture, sandstone architecture, and many of sites, actually 15 of 41 sites, contain rock art. So we have, the project is conducted by our Institute of Archaeology at the University, but with strong collaboration with American units, especially European Archaeological Center and US Bureau of Land Management that supervise this area. Okay, and the area, as you can see, is located relatively high on the elevation around 1,700 meters above sea level. So it's like Babia Góra or something like that. Babia has like 1725, if I remember correctly. I mean, no? Yeah? Okay, thanks for confirmation. It's my favorite mountain. Not besides Tatra mountains, of course. Okay, so just bird's eye view of the canyons, three canyons that because these investigations. So lower and central part of Sand Canyon, Graveyard Canyon to the east, and to the west, east fork of Rock Creek Canyon. 3 canyons and 41 sites, ancestral Puebloan sites. If you, sorry for the bad photo, but it's from the peak of this mountain actually. And these elevations are 1700 or 1,700 meters above sea level. And this mountain, the highest peak, we call this range, Sleeping Youth Mountain, is rising 3,000 meters above sea level. Actually 2,996, but there are different much different accounts, but USGS, I mean United States Geological Survey, claims that it's around 3,000 meters above sea level. Now it's a part of the Utah Mountain Tribe Reservation. And the foothills of the range is like located 3 to 5 kilometers south of this project area. Okay, we are moving. So if you would like to see more landscape that we are working, so there are just few photos from the surveys and prospections, and also there will be some excavations units you can also see later on. And the typical architecture and size that we are dealing with, we did a lot of documentation, hand-tracing documentation, a lot of digital documentation, including laser scanning, three-dimensional laser scanning, or from terrestrial, I mean, and from the air, and also photogrammetry and our advanced digital techniques. So cliff dwellings, especially like this, some refugee sites, or what we may call refugee site towers, maybe not the same like we perceive, I mean, in Europe, towers, but also very important structures. So just examples. And the methodology, as I mentioned before, including traditional archaeological methods, excavations and tracing, but a lot of digital techniques, application of what we may call digital archaeology and so on. Also, we strongly collaborate with several Native American tribes and societies, especially with the Hopi tribe, one of the most traditional society in terms of the continuation of the ancient or ancestral Pueblo culture from the pre-Columbian times or pre-Hispanic times until today. So we especially collaborate with Hopi Cultural Preservation Office from the Second Mesa in Arizona. Because ancestral Pueblo people lived in this area only until the end of the 13th century AD, and then they moved because of changing of climate, environment, conflicts and violence. They moved to the what is present Arizona and New Mexico. But their descendants still live in those areas in Arizona and New Mexico, and we collaborate with the descendants of the people that built those sites. And in their oral traditions, there are a lot of information connected to the site, to the rock art, and to the landscape as well. So I would like to focus only on few things connecting with the landscape and with the mountains. The first site, I will only describe a few sites. So the first one is a two-story house located in the Graveyard Canyon, so far to the east of the project research area. So close look of the site and some remaining architecture, and also the western part of the site during the documentation. And you can trace the mural that I would like to a little bit more about this mural. So it was like the back part of the room, or 2 rooms actually. So you can see, maybe it's not barely see, but if you can use some enhancement and digital method, but also you can track this with the naked eye. There are at least 2 or maybe 3 triangles. And we think strongly that these triangles represent the Sleeping Youth Mountain peaks, several peaks, actually 3 peaks of Youth Mountain. The site is facing directly south to the Sleeping Youth Mountain range. So this is the view from the site to the Sleeping Youth Mountain. Most of the sites from the community face directly to south to this mountain range. It was for sure, it was very important for ancestral Pueblo people because there are a lot of wood, I mean the wood resources, but also the animals, the game. Ancestral Pueblo people were farmers. They grew up corn, squash and beans, but also they were hunters. So for example, there are black bear, mountain sheep and deer in this mountain range, of course. Okay, and when we compare these triangles, we can find those triangles in different sites dating to the 13th century AD. For example, in the famous, or the biggest cliff dwellings of the cliff palace from the nearby Mesa National Park, located only 25 kilometers east of the project research area. So we can see the mural within the tower, or what we may call the tower within this site, with also triangles. And to our interpretation, these triangles represent mountains. And as I mentioned before, these type of murals that we saw at the site, historical site from our project research area, and in Cliff Palace, and in several other places and sites in Colorado, in Arizona, they started to appear even in the 13th century AD, even in the second half of the 13th century AD. So that's the older photo from the time of the discovery of the Cliff Palace in the end of the 19th century AD. So you can see also these triangles representing almost for sure the mountains. Different side, another side, sorry, from Mesa National Park, Spruce Tree House, also with some triangles. There are just 2 representations, but there are more. We think that they represent mountains, and this appearance of these murals in the 13th century AD is connected somehow with the appearance of the Kachina cult, or what we may call some part of the religion, Pueblo, ancestral Pueblo religion that is still vital today. A lot of Pueblo people from Arizona and New Mexico, from the Rio Grande Valley, New Mexico, and from northern part of Arizona, where still Pueblo live today, they celebrate, especially Hopi people, they celebrate the Kachina cult. And they believe that Kachinas live in those mountains. For example, in San Francisco Peaks Mountains, located 120 kilometers southwest from the present homes of Hopi people, and the Kachinas are like spiritual beings, deities, that Pueblo people, mostly Hopis, believe that half of the year they live in the San Francisco Peaks. They start to go and join Hopi villages starting in January and stay with the Hopis until the turn of June and July. And later on they come back to these mountains. And what is more important, the Kachina cult appeared as these triangles, what you saw also in the 13th century AD in the southwest. It's like the influence of religion, some kind of religion from Mesoamerica, probably. I put this old photo because now it's not possible to make photos of these ceremonies. They are still conducting in Hopi villages, but there's no way even to take a sheet of paper and a pencil and draw the ceremonies. not talking about taking the photos. So there is a special etiquette if you are allowed to see the Kachina dances, but you cannot take any photographs or any kind of documentation. But you can buy, for example, Kachina figurines or Kachina dolls. The doll is not correct term. There are figurines, and in Hopi, within the Hopi society, there are around 200 different Kachinas, 2 different spiritual messengers. They are messengers going some askings and requests for good harvest, for example, for blessings and so on, so on. So there are messengers going to the upper world and bringing rain, bringing some other kind of blessings. So, okay, moving further, there are also San Francisco peaks. There are 11 San Francisco peaks, and they are very important to different Native American societies from the southeast, not only for Pueblo. So you can see the names of San Francisco peaks in different native or indigenous languages in Arizona and New Mexico. So also it's important for Apaches and Navajos. I would like to talk about Apaches and Navajos later on, just very briefly. So the second issue I would like to connect with our research, coming back to the site that we investigated, is rock art and astronomical observations and connection, some kind of calendars, horizontal calendars connected with rock art and also with mountains. This is the site with architecture, remnants of the architecture, but also rock art. So petroglyphs, especially geometric designs, and we made observations. It was a separate project with American colleagues, observations of this site and 2 other sites for possibility of astronomical knowledge of ancestral Puebloan people. And we noticed that this site was like a station or calendar marker for the winter solstice. We are pretty sure for this because this site was monitored every 2 weeks. These volunteers came to this site for the period of 2 years, and they monitored, they made movies, Rosent Maira Gralias, made photos and so on. And what we can see during the winter solstice is like crossing the shade and sun interaction with the panel close to the sunset during the winter solstice. It started 2 weeks before and ended 2 weeks after the winter solstice. Not like only the one day, but it's like the whole month. But it's very well corresponding with ethnographic information, what we have about Puebloan, historic Pueblos or Puebloans' knowledge about the astronomical phenomena. That is also the view from the site on the Sudi Mountains, and I would like to refer a little bit to the ethnographic accounts, how Hopis observed the sunset for the winter solstice. The observations started, the observation of the sunset on the San Francisco peaks that we showed before started 2 weeks before, even in the late November, and the culmination was 21st of December, so in the winter solstice. So it was a part of the ceremony process, the observation of sunsets by the cultural or spiritual leaders, some kind of shamans, so there are not exactly shamans, but some kind of ritual leaders. So, and this is confirmed the horizontal calendar and this astronomical knowledge of historic Pueblo people. And we think that it was very similar in the site that we investigated. The last thing that I would like to tell about our sites, there are shrines, stone shrines, I mean stone circles located roughly to the cardinal directions, I mean to the north, south, east and west of the community, this cluster of sites. There is the example of one stone circle, they have diameter from 5 to 10 meters, so pretty big ones, and there is no living activities around them, only probably they function as boundary markers or places for rituals and making offerings and so on, so on. We know this from the historic sources, but probably we also see it at the 13th century AD. That's this circle or shrine from the ground. You can see this. It's 5 meters in diameter, and we also trace some kind of intervisibility from those shrines. This is the second shrine, the southernmost one, and the things or landscape features and sites that we can see or trace from this shrine. So the Castle of Pueblo, the largest site of the community center, what we may call, maybe better, that was located on the top of the butte and around the butte. And also several cliff dwellings to the north that you can see from the shrine, like this one. They are located very close, 2 to 4 kilometers of the shrine, but these things, actually features, are located 25 kilometers of the shrine. They are part of the Mesa Verde National Park now, and the array of these famous cliff dwellings that we showed at the beginning of the presentation. And of course, directly to the south, you can see the Ute Mountain, or Ute Mountain range, Ute Mountain range. We know this, as I told before, that the shrines were had special functions for historic Pueblo societies from the ethnographic literature. So this is from the Tewa Pueblos from the Rio Grande region. So the settlement cluster was surrounded by shrines marked with crosses here, and also with mesas, and also with mountains. So there were 4 mountains located in the cardinal direction to the north, south, east, and west from the settlement or even settlement cluster. And every mountain had a specific color, specific mineral, or other thing. For the Terrace Pueblos, also from New Mexico, it's the same situation, or very similar situation. Village was the central part, and around the village were four mountains located to the north, south, east, and west, and some other specific things. We also made some observations in terms of the intervisibility between sites. I don't want to focus more on this, but we made some experiments and GIS analyses to see which settlements and towers were connected with each other, and also with the landscape features. Just a few slides from the excavations, but focusing on the consultations with Native Americans, especially Hopi tribe that consulted us the meaning of the architecture within the landscape. They called the Sleeping Ute Mountain the Bear Mountain. Actually, the Sleeping Ute Mountain is the term brought from the Ute tribe, the hunter-gatherer tribes that have reservation here. But Pueblans called this Bear Mountain. They prayed and consulted during the consultations, and also they consulted for us this mural and some other things and sites. Mountains are really vivid and still alive in modern Pueblo societies, but also in different Native American tribes in the south. As the places of making offerings and ceremonies still. Some tribes made pilgrimages to the tops of the mountains or tops of the plateaus and make some offerings. In the historic times, sometimes plateaus, high located plateaus or mesas were refugee sites from Spanish conquistadors, of course, in 16th and 17th century. There are a lot of debate and protests of Native Americans against the private American companies in terms of many mountains, San Francisco Peaks mountains and different mountains, because there is a huge pressure to build ski resorts, some infrastructure, houses on the top of not exactly the top, but the slopes of the specific mountains, still sacred for many Native American tribes. So there is a huge debate still ongoing, like in Poland as well. In Pilsko we had the same or similar, maybe reasons were different, but the situation was very, very similar. And just 3 slides or 4 slides about different Native Americans and their importance, I mean the importance of mountains for them. So for Navajo people, this is like this slide, cannot stop, but this is the traditional Navajo territories marked also. The Navajo now is the largest tribe in the Southwest. And they mark their territories also with 4 sacred mountains located to the north, south, roughly to the north, south, east, and west. Every mountain, like in Pueblo case, they had specific colors, specific minerals or shell, but different colors and different minerals and even animals connected to the mountains. Also, they had sacred rivers. All of these peaks have well above 3,500 meters above sea level. This is one of the peaks, Hesperus Mountain, or Dibenica in Navajo language, the northern one, the most important for the north, connecting with black color and with obsidian. There is no source of obsidian here, so different, strange situation, but it's connected with obsidian for Navajos. Also, Navajos put in 1968 these 4 sacred mountains to the official flag and seal of the nation, of the tribe. They also still celebrate a lot of ceremonies like sand painting and curing of people with these sacred colors, sacred mountains. This is just the examples, very, very briefly, because I have to finish, but still is big in this culture. And the Apaches still also celebrate some kind of mountain spirits or deities. They called them Gan. There is the iconography from the 17th and 18th century rock art from New Mexico with these deities with huge crowns actually on the head of these spirits, spirituals or deities. But also you can see today, the photos are from 2006, from October actually 2006, from the puberty ceremony conducted in San Carlos Apache Reservation in eastern Arizona. And also you can see there are the same like ethnographic literature and what we can see in the rock art, Gan or mountain spirits. There are 4 or 5 mountain spirits Gan coming to the blessings and praying for these girls that are taking the puberty ceremony. This is actually the last day of the ceremony. The ceremony lasts 3 days, and they also come during the day for the last day of the ceremony. And the last thing, youths also connected with Sleeping Youth Mountain, of course. This is the view of Sleeping Youth Mountain from the north, looking to the south. And this is Sleeping Youth Mountain if you are going from Denver and Durango. Durango is a small cowboy city in southwestern Colorado. Going to our project research area, you can see from the northeast actually the different view of the Sleeping Youth Mountain. And for youth people, this is the picture, the symbol of the lying warrior. You can see the elbow, the head, the hair. Also you can trace here the toes. One or two, actually there are 2 toes. So like lying warrior, they call that it's lying warrior god. And it's assumed that this warrior will awake when this tribe will be undone. So we have very, very similar stories about the sleeping nights here. even in Tatra Mountains. So, very similar story here. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Radek, for your lecture. Now the next one, Alexei Branich, high altitude urbanism. Very big problem, very short title. Is a quite, you will see how it's possible to describe so immense question in so concise title. Please.
Can you pass the microphone? Do I need a microphone? Is this gotta be for. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's been 18 years since I was last in Zakopanem, so I'm glad to be back. I see you got a McDonald's, so things are going good. High altitude urbanism, short title. My name is Alexei Branich. I'm at the Center of Indian Studies, University of Warsaw. We're going into a different continent, and thank you, Raslav, for what you covered in your paper, your presentation, because we have something different that we didn't have for the rest of the earlier part of the day, which is our ethnographic analogy, our local tribes that we collaborate with, and the ability to actually look at some of this archaeological material in light of their own practices and their interpretations. So we have a different opportunity. Now I'm going to be up here. That's Lake Titicaca, and just to give you an idea, that's 4,000 meters above sea level. So that's 1,000 meters more than your mountain, Vladislav. It's, what is it? It's about the height of Mount Visum that we saw in the earlier presentation on the quarries. I'll be here. Maciek, you're a little bit down here, right? Yeah, I'm not insulting you, you're just a little bit down here. And then Veronica is a little bit further up in this area here. So we have the Andes Mountains, Pacific coming up, extremely high mountains, and then we have the Amazon area right there. Here's another shot where we can see the corner of the Pacific, and then we have Lake Titicaca, and they say, well, it's about the size of Cyprus, if that helps you, if you understand how big Cyprus is. So it's the highest navigable lake, and it's an absolutely spectacular landscape. There's a tremendous amount of natural resources because of the lake in this place. And here we are with the mountains in the background. We're 4,000 meters above sea level. In the background, we're actually modern fish pens. So they continue to use the fish here, an important resource. And in the front is something that's going to be important in part of the presentation, which is tutorials. The site that I worked on, that I continue to work on, is called Tiwanaku, and that's 500 to 1000 AD. And it's considered one of the primary states that formed along with Egypt, Nile Valley, Harappan culture. It's a primary state, and it is, quite frankly, a very odd place for a city or for a large site. We're not going to get too deep into the actual archaeology of it, but here's the monumental core, with one building in the front called the Kalsasaya, and in the background is a large pyramid platform that used to be encased with stone until the colonial period, when most of that stone was taken away to build churches and so on. Here's a shot of the semi-subterranean temple. I'd just like to mention this because Julia, the heads were covered in red ochre. So it's a tradition and an idea that continues around the world. And here's some of these stones that are found here. These are very large, cut geometric stones, and this is something that completely amazed anyone that came by here, with the first description being 1549. And here's a later drawing, and the idea was, we're supposed to have a city according to European ideals. It's near a river, it's near the ocean, it's near something of value. And every person that came through here goes, this is the most desolate landscape, and I don't see any resources. How can you grow anything at 4,000 meters and beat the frost? And what about these tremendous stones? There are no quarries in the area. So where these stones were coming from was a mystery. And here's a drawing from 1863 when they referred to this as the American Stonehenge, or the Baalbek of the New World, with these pillars that used to contain stones in between. Here's a drawing from 1848, giving you an understanding of the European view of this landscape, something that's rather desolate. Here's another drawing, complete with a forlorn Indian in the front, in a sort of the European tradition of somebody being at the ruins, meditating on the hubris of humanity, building their monuments, only to have them fall apart. But it all presents a rather grim environment. Ephraim Squire here is just even, when he comes through here he is fighting dogs as he's going through this forbidding landscape. Now, we have the opportunity, working in the Americas, that we have our indigenous friends to be able to speak to. And I'm going to be giving two different ways that we looked at this project. And this was a long, 10-year-long project that actually continues, doing experimental archaeology and working with the local people to solve two of the issues, of the many issues, related to Tiwanaku. How did they get their food, and where do these gigantic stones come from? Now, there's a lot of research done on how one uses high-altitude resources, especially in areas where you're supposed to have a city and not high population. And you do have a lot of llamas in this area, and there's records from the Spanish conquest periods of individual families having up to 50,000 llamas. And from here, you have the ability to go all up and down the Andes, and this is something that John Mura, John Mura, studied about the vertical archipelago, what he called it, where people actually colonize different ecozones across the Andes to have direct contact with these resources. Now, I'm going to be taking a different look here. Here's a shot of the excavations with one of the sacred mountains. In the background, you can see it's a rather brown landscape. And here's what it looks like in the summertime. Well, our summertime over here. Down there, you have these snows that melt off, but you have quite the danger when it comes to frosts and how you go about growing things here. And this was a project I was brought on. I'll give you credit here. Just recently retired archaeologist Clark Erickson when I was at the University of Pennsylvania. And he went about studying the agricultural system. And he brought me on for this project in my first introduction to South America. The agricultural system, which was noted by other people. This is Max Ulle's notes from 1893, and he's talking about some strange formations in the landscape. And from aerial photographs along the lake, you can see these little humps that are out there. And when you get to on the actual ground, you have these terraforms. Here's one view. Here's another one with a burn affecting it separately. Here's another view of one of these things. Now, this land is considered completely useless at the moment. Cattle go across it, and the grass that grows on it, you can barely even call it grass. It's called ichu, and it will go through your shoes. It's very rough living up there. And here's a view of the valley right next to Tiwanaku. And this is in the sort of dry season, and you can see that the valley floor is covered with these terraforms, and this is what it looks like when the wet season comes around. So we go from not enough water, no water, to way too much water. This is part of the archaeological environmental project from Clark Erickson. So of course, excavating and seeing what's going through these forms. And These are what they call raised fields, or camellones in Spanish, and you dig out the sections in between and you pile the dirt on top to make a raised field. And the idea is when the waters come in, it actually forms canals, and the area where you grow the food is up on top. So the idea was here then to do an experimental archaeological project and actually employ the people to revitalize these fields. And here they are, the Aymara women are at least some of the strongest people I have ever met in my life. And they can work a tremendous amount. And they have an indigenous tool called a chakitakia, a foot plow. And that's used to chunk out big pieces like this. And the interesting part about it was the way that they worked. They worked according to family or kin groups or villages, and they were very competitive when it came to building one field or another. And they were singing, they were laughing, and so on. So any attempt for me to organize anything generally failed. If I gave them the final product that they wanted, they were able to get to it in a way which was actually quite amusing and interesting. Here they are piling this up, and this is what it looks like when the waters come in. Now, the important part about this, and here's another shot over here of this growing, there's two things about it, is that the frost will kill anything in the winter times when they're collecting their crops, when it starts getting colder. And the local people these days tend to use various different fields in different locations, looking for separate little microclimates to see which one can actually survive the frost. In this case, the water absorbs a lot of the temperatures, well, absorbs heat during the day. So at nighttime, it's actually about a degree or two warmer than the rest of the environment, creating a layer of fog over it, and that protects it from the frosts. And the result is that when other fields that don't have this thermal bank next to it will actually die, the plants, these will remain the same. And I'd just like to show that the farmers here, in addition to just planting, they also like to play with the colors and the plants and so on, and actually make some rather beautiful patterns. And how do you keep this very difficult landscape fertile? Well, here's Clark Erickson, and there's algae. So you just scrape this up, ducks come by, there's fish, and this becomes a self-fertilizing system where you pick this up and you put this on top. And this can be used year after year. And here's a crew afterwards. So it was a demonstration right there that there was a technology that was available to grow potatoes, quinoa, other things at 4,000 meters above sea level in an area of absolute bitter cold and extreme water, an extreme lack of water. And this is using just the indigenous native technology. Now, how is this organized? We'll get to that at the end, because we come up with the other question that the initial conquistadors and later travelers had when they came through here, was where did these stones come from? You go across this landscape, there's nothing, 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 and then some of the largest stones that you'll ever run across in South America. And here they are, you can see two people standing there. This stone right over here, these are sandstone, and the petrographic analysis puts that about 10 kilometers away at the Quimsichapa Mountain. This stone over here is about 60 tons, and that's actually located on the other side of the lake. Here's just one of the large stones. So here we are at Tiwanaku. Those stones down there came from this peninsula up here, Copacabana, and we have the evidence for it. We have these stones lying along here that were being brought down, and the locals call them tired stones, piedras cansadas. The stones became tired. They were traveling and they just didn't want to go any further. And down here are some of the other tired stones that didn't quite make it to Tiwanaku. Now, how do you cross this landscape from one side to another? There are boats, beautiful mountains in the background, Torah in the front, but these are wooden boats, and these are rather recent. This is just a recent thing. Here they are in a shot of the boats, and there's a Torah reeds out front, and these reeds were used similar to what Heyerdahl did, or what the rafts were like in Egypt, bundled up and to make these types of boats. Here's another one which is a little bit larger, and we thought, Great. Could this actually be used to transport something from one side of the lake to the other? And now we do have a stone there that's about 60 tons. Let's go a little modest. Let's go for a 10-ton stone to bring from one side to the other in the shape of this monolith called the monolith. And here was our indigenous builder. There's my colleague that I worked with, and he's in one of the small boats. And we had to communicate to Paulino that yes, your boat is very nice, but we need to move a 10-ton stone. And we want to see how would this be built? How can you move it from one side to the other? Now, Lorna Gibson over at MIT has done a lot of work when it comes to sustainable materials, and in this case, looking at cattails, which is similar to Tatura, and it's built in a way that it's been copied by engineers. This looks similar to construction with the T-beams that you see now in skyscrapers. And this form, this honeycomb model, actually becomes much more stable, load-bearing, and resists the temptation for the material to break. It simply bends. And here's another one over here to show the mechanics of bending, how it actually becomes stronger along the middle when you're trying to bend one of these things. And that's why these cattails can swing back and forth, and plants can swing back and forth in the breeze and not bend. And of course, just to mention here, of course, Zakopanem, this has become very popular material when it comes to designing skis, because you want something that is flexible, that will bend, but is also rigid enough that it won't break. So here's the longitudinal sections, and we can see how these are essentially take a look at this picture over here. The interior is our small cells, this repeated over and over, creating a rather, when it's still wet, a rather stable structure, which is similar to taking one of these boats and cutting it down the middle. We have these two cigar shapes with the heart in the middle, and the large cigars, we call them, replicate the form of the individual stem, making it actually a rather hard material. Here it is what it looks like when one of these small ones are here. But we told them we need to move a 10-ton stone. We figure we need 12 tons of reeds to bring in. So they started to bring in the reeds. Each little bit of this area of these reeds is owned by somebody. This is a resource that each family owns. So it's not a wild resource, this is cultivated. Here they are, we're keeping counts of how much to bring in to calculate labor. And he goes, we've brought in 5 amarus. I go, ooh, indigenous term. How much is an amaru? He goes, that's how much my son can carry in one trip. I'm like, okay, that's a good unit of measure. So we calculated how many of these he could bring in, and we started to put them out and try them out. How are we doing on time, by the way? I forgot. 5 minutes. Very good. Here it is. Now it's starting to be built. There's a son. There's this younger son. He's 8. So we have about 8 people working on this project. To give you an idea of how many people this takes. He's quite serious about this. He's measuring it out. Here's one of these reeds turned into one of these cigar shapes. And then we start piling them up over here. Here's my colleague Paul. And we start putting it into the shape of this, which becomes, once we encase it one time over, this form. And then we start putting the heart in. And the way they do this is they slam it with a stick, and they pull the rope, and it's bringing it more and more dense together as we're going on. And then a final layer is put on, very fine reeds that'll protect it, and actually makes it look quite nice. And here they are slamming it down with a stick to make sure all the air, any space in there is actually taken out. And here we are. It's taken about 8 people to make this. The last day, we bring people down, and the way you work in the Andes is like, yes, of course, you pay them, but you bring music out, you bring coca, you bring beer, they have a wonderful time, and they drag this down to the water, about 100 feet to get there. And once in the water, it was an absolute dream. It floated with about a foot above the water, and it went out quite easy. Now, you could move very easily either by rowing or just one person towing it. from the shore. There's no problem at all. A very easy boat to maneuver. And here we are in one of the islands. We stopped as we're making it over to Copacabana, the location of the quarry. And this is where the andesite stone was coming from. And before going to this, and Radoslav, you can probably relate to this, you just can't go to the mountain and say, we're going to do this. We had to have the ceremony. We had to ask the mountain if it was willing to give a stone to us. And that involved a lot of consultation with shamans and so on. And eventually, yes. So here we are, we chose our stone. We had our ceremony, and then we started dragging this. And this is where experimental archaeology comes in quite nicely, because any ideas you have about how you move a stone gets quickly solved. So let's roll it. And it just smashed the logs. We're like, okay, that doesn't work. And here we are, and at this point we're stuck. I leave because I'm too tired. I come back, and the stone is there, and it has a beer on top of it and a cigarette, and none of the workers are doing anything. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? I'm paying you. They're like, the stone's tired. They're like, the stone's tired. It's like, yeah, it's tired. We're giving them a beer and a cigarette, then we'll ask the stone if it wants to move. It goes back to this idea of the stone being alive, be part of the environment. So they said, let's put that. That did not work. It's a 10-ton stone. And then eventually we continued to drag it, and we actually did drop it on the ship. And it was able to carry it just fine. A 10-ton stone on a boat 40 feet long, made out of reeds, out of grass. So we were able to bring that in, brought it into the area here, the ruins, and once we got there, everybody from all these villages came to run out to move the stone, and in no time at all, we moved the stone all the way to the village. Now I found out later why they did that, because they were competing among the villages who got to keep the stone. So whoever invested the most labor into moving it had a claim for it. So they argued about it, they came to a conclusion, like it's the Andes, so we have potatoes and celebration. That's generally what we do. So what has this done? It allows me to take out some of the sillier ideas in the bane of my existence. It's the only sign of planet Earth that I can use and built directly by extraterrestrials. That was my dissertation, and I didn't realize that for the next 10 years, 20 years, I'd get ancient aliens calling me all the time. Or when at the site, people are asking, like, why are you hiding the truth? I'm like, I'm not. Or you have things like this, Arthur Poznański, a very interesting character, and his idea of how these things were moved. That's one thing that the research does, demonstrates how feasible the technology is. The other one is what type of society can make this. We have this idea of, for example, Egypt. It has to be a hierarchical society with slaves or pseudo-slaves or something. Then we have the idea of water. This is Scarborough's excellent book on the relationship between water and the organization of society. And in both cases, we saw that actually relatively small groups could do both things. Those fields could be made over time, and the alpine regions in Europe where there's a lot of inspiration for how small-scale societies can manage water resources, especially in scarce areas. And here in the Andes, you do have these collective ideas of how you do work, either through lending it to one another, you bring in other family members, other people, you bring them in for special times of collecting, at which point you owe Aini to somebody else, and then you go to there and there and there. And huge areas of landscape can be easily transformed, all based on family relationships. And here they are building one. And after you do something like this, you owe a lot of beer and so on, but it'll come to you. So this goes from agriculture all the way to construction. Now, you have the period of time of the empires like the Inca and Sacsayhuaman. You go, well, how did they make this? They go, they think that they basically based it on these small-scale ideas of reciprocity between families at the state level to build something like this. And here they are with moving one of these large stones, and this stone doesn't want to go any further, so it's crying. It's saying, I don't want to go any further, because the stone is alive. So that becomes the basis for our understanding of small scale, large scale, and what is the foundation for the level of organization that allows you to make this. And a lot of this, for those of you who work in the Andes, a a lot of this runs on beer and reciprocity. And based on that, you can build an entire city and you can actually terraform an entire valley. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The next one is about the Roku volcano area, territory investigated for several years for colleagues from the Warsaw University and the University of Maciek. Very picturesque, very abundant for the archaeological material area. I know, because several years ago I realized surface survey in the vicinity of Zakopanem, but our colleagues investigate this area several years. And Maciek starts.
After the analysis, it's not easy. So, I present some part works around the Doskonała mountain, sacred mountain in the Andes. So, I'm from born family Highlander, from Szczyrki, Zakopanem, but from adopted from Korotuna and it's the one that sacred pre-Hispanic mountain. We working in this region several years, in different sites, in different areas, between 3,000 and 6,000 meters. This is the history, but second part the history from last years is and some inspiration and continuation the works with Johann Reinhardt. Here you have almost Iliasco and highest excavated site in the world. We will come back to the region. You see here principal sites in the region between Turwary, Kolka, Kokałasi. some principal mountains is called una sorbana figura. It's here. Today I show some parts of the works in California. The principal ceremonial sites of the sacred mountains. We have a road connection, which the open ceremonial small sites. You see here vertical roads, and later, you can see here, we have continuation of this road to the top of the mountain. The one part we have archaeological sites, but over part we have information from colonial documents about the ceremonial zone, about ceremonial sites, oracle, children and small big cool for offering. We have documentation from 19th century where this cult, sacred mountain, still working, still alive. From Antonio Raimondi, and from myself explanation. In first Congress, we had information about Montayaka, Sylvia speaking about excavation in Montayaka. They show a small part. What's important is this landscape relation between Montayaka and Kurapuna. It's central urban sector, 27, 26 hectares, 250 buildings, squares, open to sacred mountain. Some structural principles of the Inca time, it's 14th, 15th century, but the bigger structure, it's very heavily Maestro, principal pyramid, 1,000 years. And some other structures, ceremonial platform Ushnu in the plaza, pyramid, Kayanka, largest house, largest building in Montayaka, 60 meters. Some places where ceremonial opened to basuras. And small places where is living oracle Kurupuna. Here, sacerdote had contact which mountain. Here it's small place for pay. Of course, inside small chamber, funeral chamber for our sacerdotes. But principal square and other squares have the function of opening for access for people, for Inca, for ceremonial dancing, And for start, which directing groups to the top of the group. These vertical roads to Koropuna carried small sites around the 5,000 meters. Working for second start ceremony and preparing for going to the top for some smaller group. It's interesting looking in this side, the Koropuna Plaza or Ikapeka. It's not Inca, it's still early ceremonial place. And we have some steps with this good holy mountains have a long history in the Andean. Well, the important aspect is the visual contact. In the south, we have contact on the other side and from here reach the mountain. In last works before the pandemic, here we working in Tambo Koropuna. It's side the over road. If you see the over connection, Valkariatka has three vertical roads connecting which top of the mountain. Working in Koropuna, in this sector, we have every part of the year in 3 days. We have squares and small, muy compact complex building. But when we're going above the Tambo Koropuna, we have some ways that ceremonial roads, and we're going in this part, and we make it inspection and small excavation in this sector. So, it's too much about the works in the top of the glacier. Small ceremonial platform in this peak, but it's not the principal site. In this sector, we're still looking where is the principal site. We're looking, we're checking, so like cookies, small piece of wood. Of course, in this part, every piece of wood is bringing peregrines for using for small construction, for cooking, for living. The oversight Koropuna, It's a big pastoral site in altitude 4,400 meters. Cavalcade is around 5,000 meters. It's only small cave. Inside we had not have nothing. But in the second mountain in the north, we have still working called the Momi, the Tumawinka, or present in every year in August. Pastors from Tumawinka have a ceremonial for ramos, for alpacas. In this connection, have a continuation in the west side of Roku, between ARCHAEOLOGY and other side, the Korokuna is the Solimana. But now we have between two mountains. The one side Korokuna, the other side over Sacred Mountain, not that big, but important. It's the one-way pastoral zone, the other it's very important for agricultural works zone. Here, preparing chunia. It's the potatoes sectors. But connection vertical have which Konferencja we were working in last year. It's side 5,000 meters. Here we have Konferencja, Central Class, mid Central Square, small houses, and big rock. This big rock have it position the ceremonial platform. And we have here stars for going to this natural platform of the rock. Of course, this platform has a very good visual relation which Korokuna. Stars. Alexei is speaking about the workers and group. Working together the regional group. Here, in this article, we need the concentrate the person for this work, but it's not habitat zone. Yeah, of course, when we had excavation time, we have camp in the site. Close to excavation. But it's only one step in the working. Here is Sylvia in documentation. Principal part of the work we're going inspection between 5,000 to 6,000 meters, checking other places which small wood pieces and And so, we have something in the top, but still don't have the nominee. It's the question. And we have still many questions about this zone. I think so. This year, next year, maybe we're going to some place where we have the answer for this question. So, short. Thank you so much. Some in Quechua, God bless you, and then God bless you with the protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
So something else?
And now the last one, Veronica Tomczyk and Claire presentation online. Dealing with the pastoral strategies in low and high situated areas in one kingdom or empire. Maybe this time without problems.
Hello, Veronica. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Should I show my slides now?
Yes.
Okay, just give me a moment. I'm trying to find it, share screen. Oh, here. Okay. Do you see the presentation mode or like nice slides or just like the draft slide of the presentation?
Could you make it full screen presentation? F5 would be maybe.
You know what? Okay, it's shared two screens and it looks like I'm gonna try to just a moment and I have to reverse the order with that.
Thank you. We are very sorry for the delay. We had two technical problems in the morning.
I only meant to combine everything on the hybrid, so just let me find it.
It was quite difficult.
Yeah, I'm also sorry that I'm taking so long, but like my university, we have Zoom, not Teams, so there's like a little bit of a new program. Is it working now?
Let's see. Yes, everything's fine. You can start. Yes.
Okay, I will start it and let me go on. Okay, yeah, great. Okay, I can see you at maybe I will see it on here, and I just place this visible. Okay, great. So hello everyone, my name is Veronica Tomczyk. I'm a PhD candidate at the Department of Anthropology at Stanford University, and together here on behalf of myself and my colleague, Dr. Claire Everett from the University of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I would like to present one aspect of my dissertation research. I am a zoarchaeologist specializing in Andean zoarchaeology, and my research very much overlaps with the problems of larger subdisciplines as archaeology of the mountains. I'm very sorry that I can't be there with you in person. It would be really great to be in Zakopanem in June. That seems like an awesome time of the year to be there, and I'm very happy that if you're still listening, I know the conference will be delayed and you have the party to attend, so I'm very grateful for your presence. So yeah, I just want to say that those two pictures I have here on the slide, that actually I asked artificial intelligence to generate them when I asked to locate the kanale in the mountains and the coast, because I will be talking good job in the dissertation and the picture above with the mountains, but the one above below it's a little, I think it has anglers, but that's what I would experiment with it a little bit. So just to briefly say about the organization of my presentation, I wanted to first focus on a brief introduction on Camelid, South American Camelid pastoralism in the Central Andes. Then I would situate it within one of my research questions for my dissertation. How did the Wari Empire organize the Camelid history? Then I'm going to talk briefly about what was actually Wari Empire, introduce the archaeological sites where I conducted my research, which will also discuss mainly the isotopic and morphometric aspects of these studies, and then a short discussion about how insights I took from the data are speaking to my interpretations of Camelid mobility patterns in the past and their political implications, and then brief conclusions. So, just to start, there are 4 species of so-called South American camelids, domesticated llama and alpaca, visible here on the right side of the screen, and wild vicuña and guanaco. And according to the Food or Agriculture Organization, global number of vicuña is around 160,000. Guanaco is more or less 500,000, 5 million alpacas, and more or less 3 million of llamas. Those are modern data for modern Peru. All these animals are highly hybridized, which means that they have the same number of chromosomes and they can produce the fertile hybrids. So it's very difficult for archaeologists to differentiate the species just based on bones. And although every couple of years there is a new graduate student, very ambitious one, who wants to create standard methods to differentiate the camelids based on bones. So far there wasn't any big breakout to prove enough morphological differences. So I will be just distinguishing here between so-called small and big camelid, which more or less big one are llama, guanaco, and small one are vicuña and alpaca. The camelid herds were defeated by the introduction of the European fauna and their diseases on the onset of colonization, and it is assumed that 90% of the camelid genetic diversity has been lost. And there is another reason why, genetically speaking, there is no so-called clear camelids anymore. They're all mixed, and it adds to these difficulties in working archaeologically with these remains. In the Andes, as my predecessor in the conference said, that there were distinguished different altitudinal zonations. Currently, South American camelid herds live only in the highest parts of the Andes, so Suni and Puna levels. However, in the past, before the arrivals of Spaniards, camelids roamed all over the Andes, including on the coast. But this question mark, put on the coast, means that they disappeared after the arrival of the Spaniards, and the exact ways of husbandry in the coast are unknown. Another important thing that right now, and any other parts of the Andes than the southern, the camelids, if there exist, if there are and are present in the herds, they are really in the multi-species herds, which is the one here. I took this down this picture last year from the car when I was coming back from the Ancash department from high mountains going towards the coast. So you can see that if we're having camelids right now, they're intermixed with donkeys and sheep, and they should be growing as well. And that's actually something important for my research, because I like to consider camelids this part of the bigger multi-species assemblage which constitute the factor of movement through the landscape in the past. So another first problem, which here we could try to build analogies, how to talk about pastoralism in the past based on modern research or ethnographies. But the first problem is that all those influential ethnographies on camelid pastoralism were conducted south from my region of research. My region of research are among those 3 navy blue dots. They are, this is where my research is located. And I will talk about it very shortly. The majority of the ethnographic studies are conducted around the Cata Basin, Cusco, and the northern Chile, because those are the regions where today the majority of camelid populations live. And I will briefly discuss that
One of the most influential research are based in the highlands of Bolivia, which is this painting of Mark Turco, when land hunters land this study in the 90s showed that the hamlet movement was organized in a transhumance factor. Hamlets were moved between two different altitudes and two different types of pastures for more or less half of a year. They spent in higher altitude between July and December and a year makes mainly the dry season, and herders have their regular seasonal transhumance circus with different families or different kin-based groups we're using almost every year or every season. Ethnographic research also documented a traditional knowledge on organizing caravans. So based on the ethnographers who followed one of the few remaining camel caravans in the Andes, again mainly in the south, we know the caravans are mainly the animals which serve the apples, mainly llamas, mainly castrated males, which are prepared for their robustness but also for limited aggression. The cargo, maximum cargo the animal can have is 50 kilograms per animal. The maximum distance for right now is more or less 25 kilometers per day, and they need also a layover. And this is a limited multi-species group because it's mainly accompanied by dogs, but there's no multi-camelids associated with the group. And llamas can carry up to 25% of the body weight, which is sometimes 50 kilograms, but sometimes 30. And the leading llama, there's always like a one more experienced llama who's leading the caravan, and it's called the lantero. And actually, the llama caravan became part of the Andean heritage, and it's used today to attract tourists. Although the traditional way of organizing caravans is an economic factor to bring the resources from one place to another, but also to connect the kinship groups. This one is diminishing. Actually, the tourist agencies are using this heritage of llama caravans to attract the tourist movement, and it's possible to multiple one-day or a couple days long trips and to interact with these animals firsthand. So, my archaeological research is focused on the problem of camel management and also movement from mountainous landscapes in the past during the Wari Empire dominance of what today is called modern Peru. And there are myriad possibilities of how Wari organized their camel management. Could it be that they developed mainly husbandry in the highlands, or maybe there was existence of small-scale coastal and low-herd altitude herding? Was there a movement of the herds, or maybe they were more based located? So, and how was it organized politically? How was the control over the herds? Who controlled the herds? Who owned the herds? Who worked with the herds? So those are all the questions I want to focus on my research. But first, I should briefly mention what the Wari Empire was. This was the first expansionist pan-Andean state, which existed more or less between 6th and 11th century AD, so 4 centuries before the Inca Empire. And the extent of the Wari direct control over such vast territory has been highly debatable, as well as interactions and negotiations of power in distant provinces far away from the imperial capital, also called Wari, and located in I don't know if you can see my cursor, it's located more or less here, located in today's Ayacucho's department, and this quality was contemporaneous with Tiwanaku, which Alexei discussed in his presentations before mine. So very briefly now, I will introduce 3 sites where I focus my last research, my dissertation effort, which are located in the northern part of Peru and northern part of the Wari Empire. Starting from the coast, Castillo de Guamey is the only today recognized Wari Empire site on the Pacific coast, located more or less 20 meters above sea level on the ultra-dry Peruvian coastal desert. It is located more or less 4 kilometers away from the northern shoreline, and so far excavated structure by the Polish-Peruvian team from the University of Warsaw included palace and multi-chamber mortuary mausoleum. The assemblage is an archaeological assemblage analyzed from my dissertation, and for the study came from the main mausoleum I just mentioned. Ichikukawain is a site located in a dry, highest part of the central Andes in the same department of Ancash, in an intramountainous valley called Ayacucho, located between mountain chain of Cordillera Blanca and Cordillera Negra. The site is located more or less 3,400 meters above sea level, and it's the highest located site in my research. Each of the Islands are part of a larger funerary complex consisting also of a site located 1 kilometer away. Island, and it consists of dozen or so separately structured funerary structures called chulpas, which are visible here in the picture, but they are reconstructed. They were reconstructed by Peruvian archaeologists and historians in the 60s. And right now are one of the biggest tourist attractions in this region. The mineral remains he analyzed for the study came from a Peruvian excavations more or less 16 or 18 years ago, and they were very fully preserved. The final site is located on the suburbs of modern city Cajamarca, and today up to date the northernmost widely acclimated site, located in the northern subtropical highlands at altitude more or less 2,800 meters above sea level. The site is so large, the Palacio, that its boundaries are not yet recognized because it goes under several modern villages, but archaeological project led by Japanese archaeologists more or less 10 years ago identified 3 main sectors. Visible here is the eponymous El Palacio Palace, which walls are still standing 4 meters strong in some parts, but the remains I analyzed actually came from much not as nicely preserved sector under the local field, which was like the center of like administrative and funerary sector, and was located more or less 400 meters away from the palace presented here in the picture. So in my research, I employ both archaeological and state isotope methods, but today I will limit myself to the study and set I yield through the state isotope analysis, conducted with collaboration with Dr. Claire Eber, tropical paleoecology and isotope geochemistry lab at the University of Pittsburgh. We focus on state isotopes and we analyze many different species. Here I will only discuss the rifles of camelid and deer, and I treat the deer as a potential animal involved in this multi-species assemblage and looking on the outskirts of camelid herds and hunted occasionally doing activities connected to the camelid pastoralism. Briefly talk about my co-op. I should probably just mention about isotopes. I don't know if anybody earlier today talked about isotopes. That nitrogen and carbon are the isotopes used to reveal the proxy. They're used as a proxy of diode. Oxygen used as a proxy of water, and also because different water have different values based on the altitude and the evaporated basin. They're also provide insights of mobility, while hydrogen strontium is a proxy for geological provenance and also mobility, and distinguishing between local and non-local animals or humans, in this case, this and deer. So just to briefly come back to that slide, to talk about my results from collagen. I also combined for my master research results on 22 animals and 22 camelids. So it's clearly visible there is an overlap with the diet, but the alphalastic camelids, this is the 40% ellipses are 40% confidence ellipses. And they're shown that there is much higher variability in the diet. So camelids from the Palacio are green have much more corn in their diet. Maybe not much, but they have more corn in their diet than the camelids from Castillo and camelids from Egypt and Lithuania. What's also important, the deer, and each of the sites are located in between the camelid value to more or less they have more sea-free plants, so more like local plants and non-cultivated plants than the camelids, but they are clearly living in the same environment than the many camelids. The water intake is showing more difference. Not surprisingly, the water intake in the desert is much more different than the water intake in the highlands. And there's also a distinction based on the altitude between the lower highlands of the Palacio and higher highlands of Egypt and Hawaii. The similar results come also from the hydroxyapatite, where you can see that the difference in morphological hydroxyapatite shows difference for the oxygen values between the sites and between the assemblages. For the selected adult camelid molars, I also conducted so-called intracoup analysis to get a fuller insight on potential changes in animal diet and water intake while in the set tooth was erupting, so between third and fourth year of animal life. So when the animals are fully mature, economically valuable individuals which can serve in their herds or in the caravans. And these results show for this 1 year in Hawaii, all the others are camelids, and they show that there is no clear transhumance or seasonality pattern for Castillo de Marmay. There was only a little bit of the change of water here for this animal 192. While in Hawaii, the strongest transhumances or seasonality is observed for the deer, but there is also some seasonality or transhumant movement. Because it could be, we are not able to distinguish it's more that the animals were moving in pasture or human were bringing them, they were in the same location, but human were bringing them different kind of food. But there is like some kind of change for each of Hawaii and El Palacio. I also wanted here to show my associated strontium data, but this is still ongoing research, and literally yesterday I received the full results of the heavy metal concentration in the samples from each of Hawaii and El Palacio, which are important because today those are the first isotopic studies in the respective Andean valleys. And I decided to defer from sharing my strontium results while we are trying to figure out if contamination could be an issue. So far, the strontium shows the majority of these camelids were local. They were raised for life, they were raised around, and they lived the majority of their life around the sites. So how these results compare to the respective archaeological or regional record? For Cajamarca, there's only one other site much older than El Palacio from the formative period, which had conducted some stable isotope analysis, only for nitrogen and carbon, but very interestingly, there is a high overlap in these values, and it looks like the diet for the camelids didn't change that much, even for 1,000 years of the difference. There are also regional similarities on the north coast of Peru. Castillo de Marmay results also seems to fit into scarce results from other earlier sites from the Mocha culture, as the bird molars and camelids from the site El Brujo also show this very stable, non-changing oxygen and carbon signatures. Unfortunately, the situation is more difficult in the case of Hawaii because there was literally no other isotopic research conducted in on the wireless to date of camelid remains. Archaeological research brings some comparison and shows some regional similarities. Similar importance of many large mammals such as deer and camelid and the placement of remains in chulpas is noticeable in different sites in the region. I had the opportunity to work in this other site called Keposh, which was a long-term occupied site for more than 2,000 years, and I see a lot of similarities between these archaeological assemblage. So based on that, I assume that there is also continuation of local animal practices, animal management in this region. Another data I used to get an insight on the camelid mobility is the estimation of the body size conducted based on the measurements of camelid first phalanges, visible here in the bottom of the slide. Unfortunately, due to the poor preservation of measurements were not possible for each Hawaiian assemblage, but the comparison of measurements between Castillo de Marmay, much larger sample, those are all those brown dots, hopefully they're visible on your screen, and El Palacio sample, which are those little green dots, juxtaposed against the standards established by two different scholars or based on the modern camelids, show that there's actually a statistically significant difference between the size of camelids from Castillo de Marmay and El Palacio, and generally those camelids are small, like they're intermixed or small for Castillo de Marmay, but they're very small for El Palacio. These camelids, for any other published results for the camelids body size, they are much larger animals, and this is the front leg and the back leg, so that's why they're different graphs. So these results combined with isotopic analysis led me to assume that any movement of the camelids in the past, either by camelid herds or in caravans, were local, based on already established and maybe most feasible economic practices for the local environment. So it looks like if there was a transhumance, it was a short distance one, located in the adjacent altitudinal zone, but there was no large zone for like thousands of meters of difference between them. And the same here on this map, I show that those vary, of course, is theoretical, but it looks that probably hamlets with a smaller size weren't the best adjusted to the very long-term trade and long-distance trade, and likely there was like a bunch of shorter connections to connect all the imperial sites. And hamlets were like loaded and unloaded, and there was a lot of resting stations to build these connections and between the imperial sites from north to the south. So the conclusions, my research so far proves that if someone would ask me, like, if there was a centrally organized camel management in the Wari Empire, the very short answer is no, because it looks like that there was diverse camel management, continuation of earlier local inherited practices. If there was any transplant or seasonal change of food, was mainly short distance and also very regionalized. If there was regional trade caravans connections, they likely were very regional and frequent change of the animals. And it looks like Wari Empire allowed for when the agents arrived in different regions, they really continued the earlier already established practices, which are proxies for indirect rule. And this is all I wanted to share today. Thank you so much for your attention that late in the afternoon. I'm grateful for the constant support of my funding organization, my university. I also wanted to share that when I asked artificial intelligence generator to generate me a picture of the Lama caravan, this is what it came with, and I thought that it would be fun enough to include here. So thank you so much, and I will be happy to answer any questions in the chat or over the email. Thank you.
Now we start with a concise discussion. Concise because it's 7 p.m. If I'm not mistaken, we start the banquet, and we need some minutes to reach our banquet area and to iron the suits, ties, shells, and so on and so on. Let's go. As for the first presentation, Radosław Palonka about the Colorado Plateau, the questions, the remarks. I don't see. Almost very clear and okay. Remarks as for the lecture of Alexei Vranich.
Questions that is quite a strange question, but because you mentioned that you mentioned that you have some telephones from ancient aliens about hiding the truth, and I was wondering how many ordinary people, without like being a participant of it, how many such people ask you about aliens and their impact on your area of study.
The question is, what impact has ancient aliens and the perception you had, and how many people ask you that? It's nonstop. It's part of my life that I didn't sign up for when I decided to excavate there. So it is continuous, and if you want to see something interesting, the video I made with the boat was also filmed. It's on YouTube. But the interesting part about it is read the comments below. Some of them are really mean, but even taking those people out, you get a feeling of how people's perceptions of the past in this area is heavily ingrained with these very appealing pseudo-archaeological things. I have tried, I have published, I have presented, I have spoken. It doesn't have an effect. So I think it'll just be part of my life and part of this area of the world.
Okay, sorry.
I have another question for you. You said that each person built this big boat. How long they built this boat?
It took us 3 months.
3 months for each person.
That's right.
That's pretty fast.
It's very fast, and the idea was that we thought, like, what is a technology? The technology wasn't the hardest part, it was organizing people and getting them to move. And then the boat would move to different villages, and then each village wanted to participate or take a part of it. So technology easy, social relations difficult.
Okay, and one more question. You said that an empty boat have 1 feet under the water and boat with a stone.
The boat with the stone, it went down another 2 feet. It was
okay.
It stayed very buoyant, and then when it became very wet, it became a little bit more down, but it stayed even more stable. None of the fishermen there know how to swim, because those boats back in the past, they just don't tip over.
Okay.
More questions? Mr. Ranic? I don't see. As the next presentation, Maciej Sobczyk and his team on the Korpura Volcano. I don't see. So, questions to Weronika Tomczyk. Oh, it was very clear, I think. Okay, thank you. Maybe the organizers wants to say something more.
Can we have a small announcement? Very short. First of all, we would like to thank you for our presentation for the first day of this conference. And at about 7:15 p.m. There will be a supper, a banquet in the Jastrzębia, so we are inviting you for this. And we have one more announcement.
Another one small, very important announcement that we are planning to publish all the talks in the Zakopanem journal, and more details about that we send you by email person.
Thank you for everything on the first day, and tomorrow we will meet at 8:30 here on the first special lecture that will be made by Marian Sawyer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.